These for 2 minutes. We will not go anywhere. We're just waiting for a response so that we can move forward. Thank you.
I just want to remind everyone that's out there that our meetings tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday will be starting at 9:30 in the morning. So it's been posted, but just in case you don't see the updates, it's there for you, and I'm sure everybody's excited about being here early.
Chair?
Yes, Jamie.
I just got confirmation that this iteration looks good, and so I'm ready to share.
Very good. Okay.
Okay, thanks so much. I'm going to share my screen now, and just so that the commission knows and so the public knows, we're currently working on getting this iteration PDF'd. I literally just finished it during the break, and so it's getting PDF'd and good as is, and that will be posted shortly. We'll send it to staff as soon as possible for posting. So thank you all for your patience. And I also did have time right when she left the meeting to collaborate with Sivan on this. This won't negatively impact Sivan's areas, and it won't, there won't be any districts that could not be balanced, for example, with these changes. So got a green light from Sivan to present this as well. So there are 4 districts that are impacted by this change. It's the Ant Vic Val district, SD 210, SDWE, and SD 6D by 605. So that's just a preview, and I'll go over the changes right now. So the whole point of these changes was to add these areas here in Rancho Cucamonga and Upland and San Antonio Heights, areas in San Bernardino County north of the 210 into SD 210. So to make up for that population in the Victor Valley area, I included Apple Valley. So now Apple Valley would be with most of the rest of Victor Valley would be with Antelope Valley and the Santa Clarita Valley areas. Brightwood and Lytle Creek would still be included in these areas and not with the 210. In the 210, the changes are to include these areas in Rancho Cucamonga and Upland and San Antonio Heights into this district, to adjust for the deviation discrepancy. Laverne was moved into, or rather out of SD 210, as were Duarte and Bradbury. Moving on to SD 10 WE. This line was adjusted to match that in Congress that goes into the National Forest. And then the areas that I just noted, Laverne, Duarte, and Bradbury, were added into this district for population purposes. And finally, to make up for that population of adding the aforementioned cities to SD 10 WE, we moved West Puente Valley, Valinda, and South San Jose Hills into SD 60 by 605. We did have a chance to make sure that the VRA requirements in these two districts were still met, and council said that everything looked okay to them.
Mr.
And
Becker,
that is the iteration and the changes.
thank you, Jamie. Mr. Becker, you've come on, so I'm guessing you have some words of wisdom for us.
I just wanted to say, I mean, I'll just remind everyone that Latinos in this area are a VRA consideration. They meet all Jingles preconditions. And while there are significant Asian populations in here, Asians are not large enough to form a majority of a Senate district, which are very, very large. They are, however, large enough in the assembly map. And there is a district with VRA considerations there. I'll say that these current configurations, I think we're really talking in the VRA context, only relating to SD 10 West and SD 60 by 605. Both look adequate to protect Latino voting rights in those areas. I think they're sufficient.
Very good, thank you. I'll lead off the questioning, as it were. Jamie, could you tell us what the population of the Antelope Valley, Victor Valley district, how that population breaks down on either side of the county line? I'm just looking for percentage in San Bernardino County versus percentage in Los Angeles County.
One moment, please.
Thank you.
So the highlighted area is the area in San Bernardino County that's included in this Antelope Valley, Victor Valley district, and that represents 290,940 people, or about 28% of a Senate district.
Okay. A further question is, am I correct? Or you can remove the highlighting now. I'm just wondering, is Phelan whole, or is there a split there? There's something going on that, or is that just the shape of Oak Hills?
Yeah, Phelan is whole. There are no city splits in Antelope Valley, or excuse me, in Victor Valley. So Apple Valley is whole. Oak Hills and Phelan are both whole.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions from commissioners? Comments about this new visualization? Commissioner Vasquez.
Sorry, yes, had another conflict, but just wanted to thank Jamie for obviously working her magic on this map, and I think this reflects the priorities that were given by the commission, and this map I can support.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Anderson.
I know this is probably not something that could ever happen, but is there any way we could grab something from the San Fernando Valley, put it in with Antelope to put Victorville back in the high desert? It's what, 281,000?
I think that a trade-off that would look something like that would be to, for example, and without, for example, crossing Mulholland, or trying to maintain also the architecture of the rest of LA County. An option would be looking at pulling Burbank, potentially even Glendale, into the East Ventura, San Fernando Valley based district, and then pulling population parts of parts of San Fernando Valley into there. I'm not sure the exact other trade-offs that would be required. I think it would also include, instead of ending this boundary here at between LA and Kern County, definitely taking parts of, taking California City, Edwards Air Force Base area, and including that in the district with Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, and San Fernando Valley.
Yeah. I know, it's just, they've wanted to be separate in every single time, and they started out that way, and I think in every single map now, they're with the Antelope Valley, so.
I do believe they're separate in Congress.
In Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Vasquez.
Just wanted to acknowledge Commissioner Anderson's desire. That was one of my priorities. It didn't shake out that way, especially given the major architecture change that happened in the San Gabriel Valley. I will say that, again, with just how large these districts are, I would be a little concerned about pairing. We've heard some testimony to the effect of pairing the Antelope Valley with parts of the San Fernando Valley, and you in some ways would have to break up particularly Latino communities of interest in the San Fernando Valley to do that. And I do think, while they're absolutely different, they're both high desert communities separated from, really the urban and suburban populations on the other side of the San Gabriel Mountains. And so I loved the way that Commissioner Turner phrased it at one point earlier today of folks getting to know their new partners, right? These are new partners and allies. And I do think there are strong high desert community interests that can pair these two communities who have historically not worked together because maybe they haven't necessarily had to work together. So I'm hopeful that this sort of splits the difference in a lot of our competing priorities across LA County. So, but also I want to acknowledge that I have been a fan from the get-go of keeping both separate, and I don't think that is possible, especially in a district this large.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. My take is slightly different. I have been less concerned about separating them than I have been about balancing them. My sense is that I've driven the road between Lancaster, Palmdale, and the Victor Valley. I know that it's not a very pleasant experience, but I'm also aware of plans for a high density transport corridor between the Victor Valley and the Antelope Valley at some point in the future. And, as far as projects for those two communities to work together on, that's certainly going to be a big project to work together on. I'm more sensitive to the folks on the San Bernardino side saying we're the stepchildren. We never are going to be able to elect a candidate of our choice because we are always going to be outweighed by the folks on the Los Angeles County side of the line. So I'm less concerned about splitting them than I am about balancing them. And again, I see how difficult it would be to balance them because the population of the entire Victor Valley, isn't 500,000. It doesn't really come close enough to 500,000 for there to be effective balance. But I just wanted to share that. Any further thoughts from commissioners? Okay. Is this something that we are, Jamie?
I'm sorry, I have one more iteration to show and
okay.
was not trying to interrupt this conversation. So
Okay.
apologies.
No, but this is very timely. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The other one was just in the 710 to water district. Previously, I received direction to work on an iteration of moving Maywood into and potentially Vernon into the 710 to water district and to remove Hawaiian Gardens. If you recall, I was like, I don't know if it's all going to fit. We might have to split Linwood, but happily Linwood is whole. Hawaiian Gardens is with the NOC Coast. Vernon could not be included in this district. Just in an attempt to keep Latino populations together in SD Mila. So that CVAP is at 50.00%, including Mila. And Maywood was moved into the 710 to water district with Hawaiian Gardens moved out. So everything is balanced within plus or minus 5%. And again, this was also an iteration I had worked with Commissioners Vasquez and Taylor on.
Very good. Any further thoughts on these changes to our Senate map in Los Angeles County? Are we, Commissioner Vasquez?
No changes. Just wanted to also, I think Commissioner Akutagawa noted it earlier today, but also just wanted to acknowledge the growing public comment around the change in our congressional map in the West San Gabriel Valley. As I think if many of you remember, we actually had a visualization we started off with a visualization from Jamie that had the West San Gabriel Valley split. And I and Commissioner Akutagawa asked for more of the West San Gabriel Valley to be included in that iteration, with the idea that there are economic differences contained in sort of between the foothills and the more valley-based cities. Ultimately, I think, we heard a lot from the community. We had conflicting testimony. We're having conflicting testimony right now. There was a very, very, very strong sense from the community that the entire Asian community of interest in the West San Gabriel Valley wanted to stay together. And so I think this is just a testament again to having to balance different factors. And one of the things in our playbook was to, if there was conflicting testimony, if we could meet other objectives with a change, that we would do that. And one of those objectives is strengthening our VRA district. And so just wanted to thank Commissioner Sadwani for helping us envision that. And again, just wanted to acknowledge the community input around, there is a tension here in this region. And I hope we did our best to sort of balance a lot of these trade-offs.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. I believe that you and Commissioner Taylor did indeed. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I wanted to add my voice to this. I know I lifted up what we were hearing, and I think what we're trying to do is to acknowledge what we are hearing. However, just in comparison, I wanted to just also acknowledge that our congressional maps are essentially just like this particular one too. So I think that the work that Commissioner Vasquez and Taylor did, I think is meeting our various objectives with the intent that VRA is number 2, and therefore we still can maintain an important COI that has given us a lot of input that they wanted to stay together. And since it reflects a lot of the congressional district, I think that, I just want to say kudos on all that we have in the LA area. And the fact that I think we can keep moving on to the other areas. I'm so excited. So thank you, everyone.
Perfect. So just wanting to get a general sense. Is this a map that we are able to support? Okay. So, Karin and Jamie, thank you for this. This is a map that we feel we will be able to support. Do we have Tamina next?
Yes, so this will take a couple of minutes. We
Okay.
are going to switch over to Tamina in a second.
Very good. Thank you so much.
We are standing by for maps. Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Apologize for the delay there. So Kennedy and I are going to be working on the San Benito area because now I've been informed that there have been some changes while I was away working in other areas that that definitely will affect my area in Senate. So Kennedy is going to commit those changes right now so we can take a look. And then if we could get some direction on where you would like to go with the Bay Area maps, given this new 30%. Really? You left me with 30, okay. Now, if I can get some direction on where you would like me to go with this in Senate, then I'd appreciate it.
We're waiting for map.
Sorry about that. Too many
all right.
mappers, one computer.
That's all right. Okay, so if we can get a quick recap.
So in my area, we were going to be exploring bringing the VRA district up into Merced, which means bringing San Benito and the Salinas Valley back into the Mid-Coast district. And that is why we see a 30.58% over deviation in Tamina's area and a negative 34.44% in the Fresno district. And that's an overview of the change that we made.
Okay, so then we had started by looking at what a valley-based VRA district starting from the north in Merced County would look like. We came up, I believe, a little bit short in population, and we were starting to look at where we might make up that population. So if you could take us back to that point.
Oh, so we're coming back to my area. Sorry, there's a little confusion. So we could make up that area by taking in Merced. And I can go ahead and highlight that again. And so with the addition of the County of Merced, again, it left us with a CVAP of 51.08, and we were still under negative 5.99%.
Okay, and Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, we were working on some further explorations. We were able to identify some additional changes that got it up to 52.5. And that was just really quickly looking at a few things, so we didn't have enough time to explore further. But that we didn't commit any of those changes. We were just in exploring space.
Okay. So essentially, we're fairly close, reasonably close, to having something to look at on that side. Okay. Do we then want to start looking on Tamina's side in the mid-coast area and seeing how we balance out that population? Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Sorry, Chair. I thought we were actually going to try to work it right now, and I was just going to ask for the Latino heat map. But if we're not, then I don't need to see it. Thank you.
Okay. Apologies to the mappers. Commissioner Fornaciari, are we at a point where we want to move forward with this exploration in live line drawing?
I don't, we could show you the changes that we had proposed.
Okay.
But then it's a little bit of a fishing expedition to find additional swaps to bring it up a little bit more.
Understood.
So I defer to Commissioner Turner too.
Yeah, and we were just getting started, probably all of about 5-6 minutes when we had to come back so they can switch out the computers. So we don't have a lot. It's moving in the right direction and it's very positive, but we're not ready just yet to be able to show you our whole plan.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
if perhaps I could get some direction of maybe what the circle is going to be. So taking from where and how is the circle going to complete? Like, what is the rotation going to look like?
Okay. Okay, so then let's start working on the mid-coast side where we have 30+% excess population and looking at where we want to shift that population to. And I think it would certainly be helpful to be enlightened by Commissioner Ahmad and Commissioner Yee in relation to work that they've been doing at the congressional level. So any thoughts that you might have would be welcome as we go through this. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, and maybe, I don't know if this will help because we're overpopulated in this area, but I'm just thinking about maybe shifting this down. So maybe taking out some of the San Jose population so that we can have more of a Central Coast seat if we're going to, so maybe taking out some of the San Jose population so that the population could be more focused around the counties of San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz, as opposed to where they are now.
Okay, thank you for that. So Tamina, what areas, what are the urban areas, San Jose urban areas that are currently included in this mid-coast district?
There are just a few blocks around Cambrian Park.
Okay.
This is very different from the congressional iteration. Let me just remind you kind of what they looked like because they are very different. So in Congress, we had the Cupertino district, right, which came up from the bottom of Monterey through San Benito and then came into San Jose. We do not have that same configuration. We did not have that same configuration even before this swap. So this actually keeps most of San Jose in the San Jose district for Congress.
Right.
For Senate.
Right, and we have 30% excess population in this area that we need to shift out. So do you have suggestions on where we might start shifting?
So let's see. You could either go, because there's very little population, you could take out all of Santa Cruz and these areas and shift that north. Or we could take out San Luis Obispo and shift it south, more or less.
It seems like we're better off shifting population north in order to bring it back down into this valley-based VRA district encompassing Merced, part of Fresno, and part of Madera.
So you'd like to maybe make a circle this way?
That seems to me to be the most viable? Commissioner Turner?
Yeah. So just the kind of the northern or the southern parts of those counties? Is that what we're looking at, Chair?
Well, we need to figure out, so 30%, we're talking 300,000 people that we need to move. Wow. Okay.
So that would mean taking San Jose and putting it with the Stanislaus Merced area.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson.
Yes. I was going to say, let's take as much, take a bit of a chunk, send it south. What we could do, which I think is only a few percent, but so we're looking at 25% we got to get rid of. And so I'd throw, what you could into those next, going south. And then if you could take it a little further north and then use it, bring it through like the, through, the Tracy, that sort of area, kind of going up and then down into that direction, as opposed to directly across. The reason is because, a little bit more like that, then take kind of the rest north, because peninsulas are, you can't go up very much. There's already, they're all positive. So you can't do a lot there without running it through. So yeah, because I see there are many more roads from the north than there are right in this area. Now, I was going to talk about something else, but go ahead. Go to the next person, please.
Okay, Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, so basically what's going to happen with that, that negative 34% is going to wind up in ECA when we add Merced County and make the other swaps are generally going to go in ECA or around there. But I guess I was just curious if can you grab the whole southern part of Santa Clara County that is in the Mid-Coast District and let us know how many people those are? Because you've got Los Gatos, Cambrian Park, Campbell. I know those aren't huge cities, and you've got San Martin and all those guys.
This is 296,236 people.
So that's basically our 30%.
Right.
Looks
So-
like a good start.
Yeah, so unless there's objection, Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I was trying to look at some populations, but you can, Campbell and I can't quite see what else is there. That's Saratoga and those areas. They want it to be up on the peninsula. I'd sort of grab a couple of those, put them into the peninsula for until you get just below 5%, and then move the rest in the other direction. So you can. That's a nice, easy switch, getting rid of some. And then the rest I would take up into with San Jose, and then you might have to move, actually take a little bit of that other portion of San Jose, that's gone up. You'll have to do the next switch. Do the first. Do take the portion of that you can put into the peninsula and do that first, and then you'll see what kind of numbers you're dealing with, and you can take the next step.
Okay, so if we took from that the narrowest point just above where the mid-coast label is. Can we look at just the population in that segment to the left of that and see about the possibility of moving that into Peninsula without overpopulating it, without going beyond the 5%?
I think that's going to be too much. I'd sort of grab a couple of cities first and walk it back down. Like Campbell, the northern cities, we'll start that way, but give it a try.
Yeah, let's just get Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Campbell is 44,000, so that's already going to take you over. If you put that into the peninsula, it'll take you to, unless Campbell's not whole in this. Is Campbell whole in this one, Tammy? It is. That would get you to about a 6.5% in peninsula, so you'd be over by 1.5%.
Okay, can we pull the map out?
Saratoga's 31.
Okay. Okay, let's zoom back in some. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
I just say we take the whole amount. Even with Saratoga, it would take you above 5% in Peninsula. I would say you take the whole amount and you start moving it. And the reason I say that is because in all the other iterations, correct me if I'm wrong, we've really split up Santa Cruz, San Benito, and Monterey. And I'd really like to keep them together in one of the iterations. So
exactly.
Yeah, thanks.
So let's for now, let's move all of this from Mid-Coast into San Jose.
Chair, Kennedy and may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Kennedy and I were just discussing that if we're going to do live line drawing either way, you might want to finish what you started because you have an aim over here in the Central Valley, and then we can figure out how it resolves itself in the other areas.
Okay. If that's going to be best for you, that's how we'll do it. Commissioner Ahmad? Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little concerned that we have, we've been told we have a protected class in San Benito, and not putting them in a VRA district is concerning to me, or at least not trying to ensure more of a voice at the minimum, right? And so, I'm almost thinking we tried to do our best to, and this doesn't solve the problem at hand. Try our best to get to connect the Latino portions of San Jose down through, like we do in the congressional map, through the agricultural areas of San Benito, Monterey, and into the San Luis Obispo area, deep where there are Latino populations as well, and try to create a district that is a little bit more coastal, that outside of the Central Valley. Because otherwise, I think here we're going to end up with a CVAP that's quite low and might prevent the Latino community from having a voice in electing or an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. I know that some of the community maps actually got this area to mid 40s, and that might be possible if we do a longer district. Although I am seeing the problems with rotating the population and figuring out how to rotate that population. If the population either has to go south or east or in some other direction. And so, but I just wanted to raise that, given that we do have a protected population in the San Benito area. Thank you.
We had discussed this earlier in the day, and my understanding was that coming up with a VRA district in this area, the mid-coast area, meant that we would not be able to create another one in the Central Valley. And so what we're facing is, do we create the second VRA district to be entirely in the Central Valley, or partly in the Central Valley and partly in this mid-coast area, but that would leave Latino populations in Merced County not outside of a VRA district. So just wanted to check that that is a correct understanding, and to ask Commissioner Toledo for his thoughts on that specific trade-off. So,
So my understanding is that if you have a protected group, that we have to do our best to try to include as much of it as possible in the VRA, and I know we're that's our goal, and that's what we're trying to do here. But at this point, we'd be leaving all of San Benito out of a VRA district, and maybe it's
right. Yeah. And we looked at the number of at the CVAP numbers for both Merced County and San Benito County. And Mr. Becker, correct me if I'm wrong, we found much higher numbers in Merced County than we found in San Benito County.
Yeah, that's right. I think so. I don't know that there's any iteration where 3 Senate districts can be drawn, including the Central Coast, San Benito area, and the Central Valley area. I don't know that anyone's been able to do it. I think it's likely very difficult. So assuming that there are populations that are protected in San Benito and Merced, the numbers of protected Latinos under the Voting Rights Act in Merced are significantly larger overall than in San Benito. It's about 3.5 times as much population, Latino population in Merced. Probably the first choice, which might not work. This is just is can a district be drawn that encompasses basically the rough areas of S. Bend, Fresno, including some of Merced, the Latino populations protected there, and the San Benito County protected populations. I'm somewhat skeptical that can be done, maybe even respecting equal population, given the challenges, just the raw numbers of people that would be in that. In which case, I think it's probably acceptable to, and probably preferable to try to encompass the Merced populations, given the large numbers there, include them in the VRA district. That's probably where I would go with this, because there's these districts are just so large. It's very difficult to, even though they're very large, given the concentrations of populations where they are, it's really hard to encompass all of the populations in exactly the same way. Maybe in assembly districts, you can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. That was indeed my understanding of where we were, why we were there, and what we were trying to do. Commissioner Sinai.
I promise I have no solutions, but I did want to, as Commissioner Fernandez said, we have heard over and over again that, we have split up Santa Cruz a ton of times, and it would be nice to keep Santa Cruz with Monterey as they've requested, and San Luis Obispo has requested to be with Santa Barbara and San Benito with Monterey and Santa Cruz. The other piece is I'm looking at our districts right now, and when you look at the handouts that we've shared in the past on the jingle precondition for the state Senate, we've got the right grouping for the coast, but we may need, since we're over, we may want to just, I don't know if taking out, using a scalpel might help us, because just to kind of get us higher up, and that's how we remove the population we need to remove, versus just I think it's going to be difficult unless we do it that way to increase the CVAP.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Kennedy, or Tamina, sorry. It says Kennedy, but
Yeah, so actually Kennedy would like to request that we deal with VRA first.
okay. And I agree,
Please.
that's a good idea. Commissioner Anderson.
For this area, I believe what we would like to do is keep San Benito, the Salinas Valley, the Monterey, and Santa Cruz as the dominant of this district. And so what I propose is we take as much of San Luis Obispo, group as much of San Luis Obispo as we can further south with Santa Barbara and Ventura, which is not that much, but it will help. And then if we want to increase rearrange the population, if we grab that area that is also Latino area of San Jose, but as a little tiny sliver from the west, instead of up from the east, which would enable us to push a little bit of population into the peninsula, and then continue the rest of that Santa Clara area going north and then east into, as we'll need to walk it through either Stanislaus or San Joaquin.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to go back to the numbers in San Benito and in Merced, because what I'm clearly trying to do is to work towards the two strong VRA districts in the Central Valley. The Central Valley, when we looked at Merced, the numbers that we received when Mr. Becker asked earlier was 69,496 Latina people in Merced as opposed to 19,203 in San Benito. So to me, it does then force more of a pressure or desire to protect in the one area, and particularly since we have to do equal so the population that we're trying to balance out now, I don't know that we need to still look at population and CVAP numbers for San Benito unless we are still trying to also make that a VRA district, and we're not.
We're not going to be able to.
So from that perspective, we're trying to balance numbers here.
Yeah, and as Tamina said, the next step that we want to take is we want to go back to the Central Valley. We want to nail down what is going to be the second VRA district in the Central Valley, and then we can start pulling population over from the coast up and over through, as Commissioner Anderson said, Stanislaus, San Joaquin, somewhere up there, to bring it back down and balance our districts.
And Chair, that was the charge that I think you all gave Commissioner Fornashari and I, but we just got started in that and got pulled from it. So we've not been able to solidify those two districts at a CVAP number, LCVAP number that we desire, but that is exactly what we were attempting to do.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
I'd be supportive of just having Commissioner Turner and Fornashari just work through the Central Valley and solidifying the VRA districts there, as we also try to create a Central Coast district that meets the needs of that region. Thank you.
Commissioner Toledo, are you saying that you would want them to continue the work that they were doing offline and report back to us, or you are wanting them to lead our exploration here during the live line drawing? We've got about half an hour left in live line drawing for today.
I'm comfortable with them going back and doing it offline and coming back and reporting what they did. But certainly up to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
I certainly agree with Commissioner Toledo that, I would support Commissioner Turner and Fornashari working offline to figure out some options here. I'm wondering if we can just look up the map slightly at the Sac-Stannis district. we're under population here by quite a bit. I would also be curious to find out if there's a way of building a district. Currently, we actually have Merced in that ECA district. And I know that we have, had valiant efforts to protect this Sierra Coastal District on all three maps. And I just want to note that for me, I'm okay breaking up that community of interest if it means building out and providing coverage for these different areas. I mean, I think I went back and took a look at how lines are currently drawn in that area, and it just covers such a broad array of counties and areas. And my guess is that there's been a lot of population expansion over the last 10 years throughout this area, which makes it very difficult to keep all of the same communities protected. And so I would be curious also, if we were to keep the VRA district as we have it drawn, which is, San Benito being connected with the Central Valley, are there options to cover Merced County perhaps in a different way that we haven't explored by going further north as opposed to having it be a part of ECA? So I just wanted to offer that, but happy to have Commissioner Turner and Furnish already get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Ms. McDonald, if we are going to ask Kennedy to work with Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Turner on this, and so we don't want to be working on in Tamina's Mid-Coast district at this point, what would you recommend for our next half hour before we have a break and then shift to public comment?
So thank you for that question. I think everybody's busy at this point, so I don't know if we might consider going to public input earlier, perhaps, but it's either, I would say at this point, it's either live line drawing or we just don't have anything to present right now.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody's working.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, Chair, just not sure that you want to go in this direction, but we do have pieces that we were saving for tomorrow on the congressional maps in the Central Valley if we wanted to take a look at that now, but however you want to proceed.
Okay. Ms. McDonald, does that make sense?
That we could absolutely do that.
Perfect. Let's do that then.
Okay.
Give me one moment while I transfer and go to the congressional map. Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Sadwani, is there a version? We have three. So one you want me to pull up first, whatever you prefer.
So maybe we can give a high level overview of what we did and the options and where we're at right now. So we've been, as charged by the commission, we met with Kennedy and worked very closely with legal counsel, with Mr. Becker on reviewing options for this area. We came up with 3 scenarios. The first just balances the population within the region. The other 2 require some shifting, but allow us to raise the CVAPs in some of the districts where we wanted to, and we felt that where we're getting community input to do so, and potentially may even help us with some of the decisions up in the Sierras, and so we have the 3 options. The first option really doesn't increase the CVAPs too much. At least it increases one and decreases the other. So our recommendation based on working with our line drawers and with legal counsel was to look at and explore the possibility of doing 2 or 3. And so maybe we can start with the first one, which is the regionalized map, and then go to the 2 maps that address the issues a little bit better, in our opinion. So just the regional approach first. The
5K swap.
That's right. Just the swap.
So that's up right now. And does that, you want me to?
Yeah, can you just go over it and what we did for the swap?
So for the swap, as we'd shown you earlier before, we were left with 5,000, around 5,000 people over in Fresno-Kern and around 5,000 people under in Stannis Fresno. And that had a lot to do with taking out Old Fig Garden and slightly moving the line here between Stannis Fresno and Kern. And so what we did to balance was move over 5,000 people on this line. Let me see where our previous lines were. One moment. So previously we had a slight divot out this way and we just pulled it into the straight line here. And that is all that changed. It really didn't make too many impacts on the structure of the district. So let me zoom out to show you. They stay very similar. And that was about it.
So some of the negatives with this one is that some of the COIs had to be pulled out, including Old Fig and some other neighborhoods, as well as the CVAP for Fresno Tulare did not increase. And our goal was to not just increase the King Tulare, but also the Fresno Tulare per our advice from council. And so that was we were moving in that direction. So maybe we can go to proposal number 2, which address some of these other issues.
Phaedra, before we do that, can I just give a little bit more of that
sure.
background on this? Recall, you've seen this before. We actually presented this on Monday, but at that point in time, we had left that approximately 5,000 people there. And the problem, as we discussed on Monday with this, is that while these changes allowed us to increase that Bakersfield district, the King Tulare, it actually decreased the Fresno Tulare, right? And so that was kind of the issue with this iteration when we looked at it even on Monday.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. You have something further? Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I just wanted to align the description and conversation with the number and name on the maps that's been posted. So Commissioner Toledo, what you just talked about, was it the iteration STCV2? Or, because you're saying the first one, the second, and the third, but these, what's been posted has different numberings on them. So I just want, as you're talking, tell us which iteration you're talking about.
So we were talking about the 5K. I think it's Kennedy, remind me which one it is. It's number 2.
So it would be STCV2 was that one. Is that
That's
right?
my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, Kennedy says yes.
Okay. And now you're moving to STCV3?
Let me pull. Yeah, that's yes, that's the 3.
Because these copies aren't very good. You can't tell.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Anderson?
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. And could you read what the CVAPs are? They're a little small on my screen. I cannot read what those are. So if you could read those as you do, like each different number, each iteration, please, for these 3 districts.
And you would like me to read them off?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So for King Tulare, we have, and this is going to go in the order of Latino CVAP, Black CVAP, Asian CVAP, Indigenous CVAP, and then white CVAP. So I'm going to start with the King Tulare district. And the first one is 58.07%. And then we have 6.09%. And then we have 4.01%. Then we have 1.09%. And lastly, 29.86%. And now I'll move on to Fresno Tulare. Is that good? Is everyone good? Okay. So we're going to start with, again, Latino, Black, Asian, Indigenous, White. First, we have 51.16%. Then we have 4.71%. Then 8.15%. Then 1.07%. And then 34.11%. Moving on to our last one, Stannis Fresno. We're going to start with 51.49%. Then we're moving to 5.25%. Then we have 6.87%. Then we have 1.03%. Lastly, we have 34.32%.
Thank you, Kennedy. Commissioner Toledo, do you have, or Commissioner Sadwani, do you have anything further as far as description or rationale that you want to share with us?
Well, for this one, we're just trying to balance the population that was left. We had already presented this, and we had been charged with looking at other options that might raise the CVAP, especially in Fresno Tulare, where community and Kings Tula Kern, where if you remember, we're hearing a lot from community groups, from advocates of the protected groups, from the Central Valley and members of the public that the CVAPs in these two areas were not enough to make them effective. And so that was the concern. The concern is mostly around these two districts. And so that was our charge, was to look and see if there was a way to increase the CVAPs in these, and the next two iterations will allow us to see some options for doing
very
so.
Good. Very good. So, Kennedy, if you can go ahead and shift to the next one, Commissioner Fernandez.
Wait, before you go, I apologize, Kennedy. What happened to the 5,000? I was writing down numbers and you went through it really quick. Sorry. Or where did that get shifted to? Thank you.
They swapped between each other. So what happened in the, oh yeah, you can go, sorry.
Thanks. There was a little divot coming down from Highway 99 and they just eliminated the divot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kennedy. At this point, can we have Katie read the instructions for our call-in? We will begin taking public comment at 6:30 after our break, but let's go ahead and get the instructions out.
Absolutely, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 859-3298-9398 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. And once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And Chair, I'll have to refer to you for when the lines are closing. I am not privy.
Lines will close at 6:30, and that is when we will begin taking calls. Okay, so Kennedy and Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Sadwani, back to you.
Thank you. So let's go to the second iteration. And Kennedy, remind us which for the public, which what's the name of the file that was posted?
This is iteration STCV3. This is the third one.
Thank you.
And it's up right now.
And can you go through some of the changes and what doing this would allow us to do, some of the opportunities, some of the challenges that we faced?
Yes, so in King Tula-Kern, if you remember from our previous version, Kings County was whole. And what the purpose of this iteration was to create this piece where we carve out parts of Visalia, parts of Tulare, and parts of Hanford, and take Lemoore and Lemoore Station out of VRA districts completely. So we went in here and tried to find a way to get them out. And so Fresno-Kern actually reaches into this parts of Visalia, Tulare, and into Kings County to take those parts out. And that brought our CVAP in King Tula-Kern to a 59.42. And then moving north in Fresno-Tulare, of course, we had to balance population differently. And so that led to taking a lot more of Fresno, which actually put together a lot of opportunities to put more COIs together that we hadn't before. So Old Fig Garden, Old Fig Loop, or Little Loop, or that area is also in with Old Fig Garden. The areas between Shaw, Ashland, out to North Hayes are together, as well as West Park, Belmont, out to Chateau, and down to American as well. Those areas were all able to be brought together in this iteration as they were never before, as well as the northern parts of Visalia, Farmersville, out to Woodlake and Lemon Cove. And again, another difference was that Three Rivers was in here, but now it was taken out. However, there is parts of Visalia that it is connected to. It's just kind of that northern part it's taken from. And so then we had to bring in more population into Stannis Fresno as well, since we took out most of the city of Fresno. So we went north. We changed a little bit of the lines in Stanislaus. We took out to Empire. Ceres is now kept hold. Turlock is split. However, it was split before as well too. And then we went up and grabbed Lathrop, an unincorporated area underneath Tracy, and got the CVAP to a 50.24.
So I think one of the...
I'm sorry. I left out a really important piece.
Oh, yes, you did.
Fresno-Kern was over 17,000 people. ECA was left under because we had to take from it when I took back parts of Modesto and so forth. And when I took out Lathrop, I had to extend the line in San Joaquin. So I started to take from ECA. And so what decision was made was to take the northern parts of Clovis and the northern parts of Fresno, moving north into ECA.
Which they've requested to be in with ECA. I don't know if ECA really wants them there, but Clovis has requested in some of the conversations. So what this does do, and we did look at the numbers holistically. We weren't just looking at Latino CVAP, we were looking at Latino CVAP and African American CVAP, especially as we move up through the districts. There's much more cohesion in the northern parts and the southern parts, and so we were able to increase CVAPs for both the Latino and African American community, and in the Stannis Fresno. There was a slight dip, but still within the legal ranges that we were looking for. And so far, the input that we're receiving from the community around the VRA districts has been very positive, what's coming in through public input so far. And so we wanted to bring that to the commission for your review. And certainly some of the splits outside of the VRA districts can be modified, can be changed, but we wanted to bring we wanted to bring something that was worked out, and certainly we can undo some of the things outside of the VRA district should we all choose to do so.
Okay, Commissioner Okutagawa.
Yeah, thank you for this work that you all did. I just want to ask you. We know that in the Central Valley, particularly in the Fresno area, There's also a sizable Hmong community, as well as we heard quite a bit of testimony from the Punjabi Sikh community, which is also quite long-standing in that area as well. And then we had received Khoi testimony about trying not to break up that Punjabi Sikh, and also there's, I believe, a Muslim Khoi specifically centered around one of their houses of worship in the area. And I'm curious if you are able to, I know they've been split in the other districts. Were you able to really look at that and address trying to keep as much or most of it together?
We were able to keep some of it. I do know that there's some splits, and maybe Kennedy can go over that. And one of the things is that there's much more cohesion with the African American community in this area than there is with the Asian community. So crossover isn't as great. And because we were looking at all of the totality of everything, there were some splits that had to happen with some of the Khois.
My understanding is that there's actually quite a bit of cohesion even within the Asian communities too. So that's why I was curious about that too.
Yeah, and there absolutely is. Because of course the Asian community is not monolithic, and so.
Okay, Kennedy, tell us what we're seeing.
So there are lots of Khois. I think this is about 12 different ones. They're overlapping, so you can't, some of them are kept together. There are some splits. I think a notable one that was before split 2 was this one above the 99 and kind of going to the west of the 99. However, there is some that are kept together as well. So there are some splits, but there are some that were left together, I guess is what I could say about that.
And, I'll just add, we were doing our best to accommodate as many communities of interest as possible. But at the end of the day, these are VRA districts, and we wanted to really center our focus in that.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to thank the team for really looking at this, and three iterations is explorations. It takes a lot of time and a lot of brain cells. So thank you, and it's quite impressive, the work. In the 3 iterations, do you all have a recommendation? Oh, we haven't done the last one. Sorry.
We haven't done the last one yet.
Sorry. Well, we were jumping. Sorry. Okay.
Well, and we're looking at 2 different, but the 2 and 3, I think between 2 or in this one and the next one we're going to see, I think they're quite similar, except there's how it plays out in the rest of the district kind of is different.
And
so,
then
we wanted to give the commission options.
And then for the public, can we clarify which one has the arm, since so many people called in yesterday asking about the arm?
Yeah, this one has the arm.
This one has the arm, and the next one that we're going to see also has the arm. And we can, it looks like Kennedy's maybe saying something there, but we can certainly show you that in a moment. The difference in that one is actually how we cut into Clovis Fresno.
Yeah.
And those iterations are iteration STCV, iteration 3, and iteration 4 are the ones with the arm.
And Kennedy, can you just highlight the arm just so that the commission and also the public are able to see the arm that we like?
Yes, one. This isn't my district working layer, so it's just on there as a CDF. So I'm just going to zoom in to show you a little closer.
Yeah.
Perfect, that works.
And just as a reminder, and I think Commissioner Toledo said this earlier, but we've received significant public testimony about these areas in particular as a concern and as an area that communities on the ground really felt like might be lowering the protected community's opportunity to elect.
Okay. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I'm going to say I apologize if you already spoke about this. I think I'm just had a brain fart here, but did you all consider or talk about, I've seen some comments about, is it better to have 2 strong VRA districts instead of 3 semi-okay districts? And I know that that's been a conversation that we've been hearing here and there. And I know that the direction that, or the counsel that we've gotten is that we need to have 3, but I was just curious about, for those of you who are working on this, and thank you for your work. I was just curious about what you found. Thank you.
I think we went in with the notion of creating 3 districts, because that's what we're hearing from the community. And in fact, the community groups and also our internal analysis shows that we can create 3. We believe we have 2 very strong districts here, the Tulare, the Fresno Tulare, and the King Lake LaCurne, the Tulare, King LaCurne. We wish we could have gotten Fresno Tulare a little bit higher, but I think we did with totality between the different groups. It's a pretty strong district, both of these. San Fresno, the totality there, it went down slightly in Latino CVAP, but the totality is still quite strong. It's when all the community maps draw these districts in about these configurations. We're very close to CVAP in all 3, and so when you look at the community maps, you look at ours. Obviously they're different because we make different cuts, but the percentages are very close.
Thank
I'll
you.
just
Go ahead,
add-
Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you. I'll just add, I think what you're referencing was perhaps some of the testimony from the Dolores Huerta Foundation early on, but certainly they've also come back and said that they were predominantly looking in the southern Central Valley as opposed to thinking about the entirety of the Central Valley or the entirety of the state of California, as is our job. And so, I think that all of the analysis, both from the community as well as that of our council, suggests three districts.
Yeah, and
Very
just
good.
for the record, it wasn't just the Dolores Huerta. It was just, I think, just other individuals. But I think this explanation is helpful for anybody who's listening in. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Ahmed?
Yeah, I'm just excited to see STVC4 so that we can have all the options in front of us and hopefully narrow down our options in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, we've got 4 or 5 minutes before we go to break. We'll have the opportunity to contemplate all of this overnight. We will return to this discussion tomorrow morning. But if we could see the 3rd option now.
So now we have STCV4 up, and all of the things that I said before about the districts remain true. And the difference was how we decided to let go of the 17,000 that were in Fresno Kern. So before, as you saw, we made a slice through Clovis and northern Fresno, the city, and here we just took the city of Fresno and left Clovis. And just kept grabbing population until we got to 17,000. And so now, as well as before, Fresno and before Clovis are with the Inyo, Mono, Modesto, Amador to Mariposa up to El Dorado iteration. And the CVAPs in all the districts remain the same as well.
So if I may just mention really quickly, I think one of the things that we were doing in general in all 3 of these versions was working within the general structure of our map. So, I think big picture, we could have gone in a totally different direction and split up ECA or done something totally different, right? We didn't want to, put a lot of big changes throughout the entirety of the map. So we see these as options to meet our goal of developing strong VRA districts that are in compliance with the law and also respecting our timeline.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, love this work. Just wondering if you explored a taking all of Clovis option. I imagine you did. Just want to hear why that didn't work, if it didn't work. Thanks.
Yeah, we did actually. I don't know if Kennedy wants to take a closer look at that. One of the challenges with Clovis is that currently that population in Fresno is to the left of it, so it has to go somewhere. So I don't know if Kennedy, you want to talk through what we had, some of the different options we had looked at.
It starts to become a contiguity issue if you just take Clovis and then you leave Fresno on this side away from it. So you kind of come down and take this unincorporated area and take Clovis out. However, then Fresno is no longer with the rest of the population there. So that is why we decided to try and just take as much north. And Clovis alone was, I believe, was it 120 or 20,000? I think it was 120, and we needed 117. So taking more and more and more, you get very thin line underneath to keep it connected.
But our preference was to go through Clovis. We just couldn't because of the contiguity problem.
Okay. Thank you all for your amazing work on this. As I said, we will start off with this tomorrow after roll call. It is now 6:15, time for break. Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Turner, please commit your questions to paper or memory so that we can hear them first thing in the morning. We are on break until 6:30. Thank you, everyone, for your patience during our break. We have finished our mapping for the day, so we are ready to hear from the public. Katie, would you please take it away?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. For all those that have called in, if you have not done so already, please press *9. This will raise your hand and get you in the comment queue line as we work our way down. The public comment period will be 1 minute and 30 seconds. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. I will be identifying you by the last 4 digits of your telephone number. Please be alert and be paying attention as we are beginning public comment now. We will begin with caller 5704, and up next after that will be caller 7840. Caller 5704, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Norman, campus architect of UC Riverside. First, I want to thank you for the great care you've taken so far in ensuring that other universities are being paired with their greater surrounding communities. Additionally, I was pleased to hear the attention that several commissioners were paying to our requested changes in the assembly map during today's California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. Thank you for the comments to ensure that the UCR community of interest is kept wholly within a Senate district, but my comments to you today are with respect to the assembly plan and how the December 8 iteration can be altered to better acknowledge the UCR community of interest. The UCR community of interest can be defined as our main campus, as well as surrounding infrastructure, landmarks, and communities that support UCR. Specifically, it includes UCR's main campus at 900 University Avenue, the UCR Innovation and Economic Development Corridor, the UCR Arts Block, including the Culver Center of the Arts, the UCR School of Medicine, the AmeriCorps University Eastside Community Collaborative, the California Air Resources Board at 4001 Iowa, Mount Rubidoux Park, and the significant off-campus student housing population found off of University Avenue in the city of Riverside. Institutes of higher learning aren't just confined to the campuses, but really are a part of the larger ecosystem of student housing, related research, recreation center, and other supportive facilities. Thank you for acknowledging that in your work to date. I believe you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll begin with caller 7840, and up next after that will be caller 5000. 7860. Caller 7840, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Gevork, and I am calling from North Hollywood in the San Fernando Valley in Southern California. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for the incredible work you've done in serving our state and helping draft these new maps. I do want to give my opinion and my voice. The last Assembly District maps that you all created in the San Fernando Valley, specifically with the Assembly maps, offered on December 6th, sorry, I'm incorrect, December 8th, have greatly frustrated and upset constituents, residents, Californians such as myself, as well as local leaders and activists. After a great deal of conversation, a coalition of neighborhood leaders and activists from throughout the San Fernando Valley are calling on you to adopt the San Fernando Valley Firefighters Assembly map. The LA Firefighter map is supported by neighborhood leaders such as myself and community members because the map creates Latino majority seat and a Latino opportunity district, expanding representation. It unifies Armenian communities in the neighborhoods of the East San Fernando Valley, and it combines the unincorporated foothill communities of Burbank, Glendale, Sunland, Tahunga, and Santa Clarita into one district who consistently face fire danger. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5060, and then up next after that will be caller 7331. Caller 5060, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Commissioners. Cesar Lara with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. We represent members in Monterey and Santa Cruz County and in San Benito as well with our union members. And we're really concerned at the congressional maps. And I want to ask the Commission, why are we being punished for the Supreme Court getting rid of the Civil Rights Act, Section 5 pre-clearance? What you're doing is you're splitting up our communities. Not all Latinos are created equal. We have very little communities of interest with Silicon Valley and San Jose, and this needs to be fixed. We have submitted a Central Coast Fix map that would have Monterey, Santa Cruz, San Benito, part of Santa Clara into one congressional district, and would also map out some districts in the San Jose area that would give you what it needs and would fix what you're doing with our community. You're really splitting our community's interests that are tied by media markets, by agriculture and others, and we're really diluting our voice in Congress if you do this. And the second thing with my last seconds is the state Senate map. I am in particular concerned with the proposed maps that includes Fresno, and I'm really encouraged by what you're looking at fixing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7331, and up next after that will be caller 3726. Caller 7331, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you, Commissioners and Line Jars, for your hard work. Thank you once more for including Sylmar in the San Fernando Valley VRA district on the congressional maps. Please try to find the time to go back to the Valley and to do this in a way that keeps Granada Hills and Porter Ranch in the San Fernando Valley. Sunland and Tahunga make much more sense in the Antelope Valley district since they are also semi-rural horseback riding folks and don't belong together with West Hollywood like it currently is. Stuart Waldman and VICA have submitted a plan that fixes all of this and also keeps North Hollywood and Toluca Lake together. Thank you. Thank you so much for all your good work. And please try to keep Granada Hills and Porter Ranch in the San Fernando Valley.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3726. And up next after that is caller 8951. Caller 3726. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Daniel Nguyen from Orange County. There are many organized groups participating in this redistricting process, but I feel like the Vietnamese community is the one group getting dismissed for having a lot of callers. We are excited that we have the opportunity to call in and keep doing so to make sure our community is protected, just like more formal organizations. We are so close to getting our full community in one congressional district, and the proposal to split Huntington Beach is a compromise that accomplishes that. Please actually enact this compromise. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8951. And up next after that would be caller 6659. Caller 8951. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Les, and I'm calling from Westminster. I'm concerned because on Monday, when one commissioner dismissed the Vietnamese callers because there was too many of us, and personally, I think that was disrespectful and somewhat racist. I hope we're not being dismissed simply because we are organized and engaged. It's also not dissimilar to the other groups whose map you literally put up on your screens. We don't have fancy map drawing systems, right? But we do know where the heart of the Vietnamese community lives. So I'm asking, please add back in at least a portion of Huntington Beach to our congressional districts so we can get a true Vietnamese and Asian influence district in Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6659. And up next after that will be 7618. Caller 6659. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, my name is David Tran. Please approve Commissioner Kennedy's idea to include part of the Huntington Beach in with Little Saigon. It might seem small, but it is a line that better reflects our growing community and would increase the Asian population in this congressional district. I know why you don't want to add all of Huntington Beach, and that is fine at this point, but an even swap seems easily done. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7618. And up next after that, we caller 7576. Caller 7618. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Great. Hi, my name's Paige, and I'm calling in support of now splitting Huntington Beach. At first, I did not want it split, but this late in the process, it seems that this is the only way to get the Vietnamese population fully together in the Santa Ana district. Please make the split you propose to truly create an Asian influence district in Orange County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7576. And up next after that, we caller 4006. Caller 7576. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 7576, if you will please double check your telephone, make sure you are not on mute. Oh. And if you'll please press *6 one more time. You did remute yourself. You are now unmuted. You may want to double check your telephone, make sure you are not on mute on your telephone, as we cannot hear you, but you are unmuted in the meeting.
Yes, I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to review the maps and assure that they are equitable for our communities. My name is Socorro. I am a regional director for public affairs for Planned Parenthood Vermonte, and we have several health centers in the Central Valley providing an array of health services. Historically, the Central Valley has not received its share of resources, regardless of the inlet contributions to the state. We are in support of MAP 4. The purpose of redistricting is to ensure there is true representation of our residents, which will lead to more prosperous, thriving communities. So we thank you for taking the time to create a map that's more equitable. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. And right now you have caller 4006. And up next after that, we caller 4735. Caller 4006, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you, commissioners. Oh my gosh, you guys have been doing amazing work for a state so large as California. Amazing. I'm calling to ask you guys to return Granada Hills and Porter Ranch to the San Fernando Valley when you mark up the maps for Congress. You know, Sunland and Tujunga are far closer to the Antelope Valley, and they're also semi-rural. And they shouldn't be together with the West Hollywood anyways, which is where they are now. You know, culturally, West Hollywood and Sunland and Tujunga are so far apart, almost as far apart as the distance. So hopefully we can keep those together. Please take a moment to look at the proposal from Stuart Waldman and VICA, which fixes all of this and keeps Sylmar in the valley too. It's really a smart map. It works, it keeps everything together as neighbors. It also keeps Toluca Lake and North Hollywood together. It's really a great solution.
30 seconds.
And you guys are doing great work. Thank you again for all of your hard work, and we really appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4735, and up next after that will be caller 7051. Caller 4735, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. My name is Kareem Gongora. I am a longtime Fontana resident, and I really want to thank the commission for all of your hard work. I know you've been meeting daily and dealing with a lot of comments. I'm actually calling in because I am speaking in regards to the Pomona-Chino Valley area, because as a resident of the Inland Empire, I'm very concerned that the latest version of the SD10 WE map places us in the same district as the Senate district of San Gabriel Valley. The communities of the Inland Empire have a very distinct identity. Our challenges are different, but for a long time, we've identified common interests to work together to solve them. Our state representatives are from the Inland Empire, understand the Inland Empire, and provide the representation that best serves the residents of the Inland Empire. This is much more deeper than crossing county lines. This is about two different communities of interest that regionally have little in common. The current iteration could leave us without representation familiar with the needs of the Inland Empire in the state Senate for many years to come. And we hope, and I hope, that you take a reconsideration to this. The commission has recognized this different communities of interest as it drew the assembly and congressional maps. And so we're asking that you please approve a map that keeps state Senate representation in the Inland Empire. Thank you for your work, and I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7051, and up next after that will be caller 0349. Caller 7051, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much. My name's Julie. I'm from the San Fernando Valley, and I first want to thank the Commission so much for all their hard work, but we're not done yet. There's still some work left to be done at the San Fernando Valley. I do want to note that the last Assembly District visualizations in the San Fernando Valley Assembly map offered on December 8th had great frustration and upset local residents. A lot of my neighbors, a lot of leaders in the community were really upset by the maps that were put forward. After a great deal of conversation, a coalition of neighborhood leaders and activists from the San Fernando Valley are asking that you adopt the San Fernando Valley Firefighters Assembly Map. This map is supported by neighborhood leaders and community members because the map combines the incorporated foothill communities of Burbank, Glendale, and Santa Clarita into one district who consistently face fire danger. They also consolidate the neighborhoods impacted by the Hollywood Burbank Airport and keeps the Los Angeles neighborhoods along Mulholland together while unifying the working class rental community in a separate district. We ask that you consider these thoughts and go back to the LA firefighter map. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0349, and up next after that is caller 0762. Caller 0349, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yes, hello. My name is Kay Shaw. I've been a resident of the San Fernando Valley for the past 20 years, and I would like to say how difficult I found the map to be on December 8th. It has greatly frustrated those of us in the local community and the leaders and activists alike. And I would, like the previous caller, like to ask you to please look at the LA firefighter map. The San Fernando Valley firefighters assembly map. And please consider the fact that that this map, it unites the Filipino community in Van Nuys, North Hills East, Panorama City, and North Hollywood into one district, instead of current district, which divides the growing population into 3 districts. And finally, the map also aligns traditionally Jewish neighborhoods and keeps LGBTQ plus populations in the Valley unified. Please consider the LA firefighter map. It is supported by neighborhood leaders and community members. Please consider the San Fernando Valley firefighters assembly map. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0762, and up next after that is caller 7175. Caller 0762, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last 4 digits, 0762. If you would please follow the prompts by pressing, there you go, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, this is Patrick in North Hollywood in the beautiful San Fernando Valley. I'm also calling about the Assembly District maps. I'm sorry, I understand how difficult a job this is, but that last map that was posted for the Assembly Districts in the Valley just made no sense at all to anybody that lives here. I mean, Glendale with East LA and Burbank with Santa Monica. It did not work at all. I've heard people calling in about the firefighters map. I've looked at that one. That one does make sense. I also heard people calling in about the Valley Industry Commerce Association map. That one also makes sense. If you look at those 2 maps, you'll see they have a lot in common. People have talked about uniting the fire risk neighborhoods in the foothills, but also the districts in the middle of the valley make more sense on both of these maps. You've got North Hollywood and an East San Fernando Valley district, and you've got the districts ending at the Hollywood Hills, Mulholland Drive, keeping the valley separate from the rest of Los Angeles. And you really need to do that. These districts are not going to make sense or work for the people who live in them if you try to mix the valley districts with the districts down in the Los Angeles basin. So please look at the firefighters map, look at the VICA map. I think you can come up with something very good. You've done a great job elsewhere in the state. I think you could do well on these. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7175, and up next after that is caller 0011. Caller 7175, if you'll please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Katie. Good evening, commissioners. This is Jeremy calling in on behalf of Equality California. I am calling today to respectfully express our disappointment with today's Senate iteration of the Coachella Valley, which split our local LGBTQ plus community into 3 districts, MCV, SWRC, and the SECA district. We understand that every quake cannot be kept together, but this 3-way division is deeply concerning to us because the LGBTQ plus community in the Coachella Valley is already particularly vulnerable with LGBTQ plus seniors in retirement communities, lower income and working class LGBTQ plus folks in communities around Palm Springs, and the first generation of people living with HIV into older age living in this region. And so far, this community has been divided at the congressional and assembly level, and this Senate division only worsens it by dividing our community into 3 Senate districts. Please help us unify our Coachella LGBTQ plus community by uniting Palm Springs, Cathedral City, Desert Hot Springs, Palm Desert, and La Quinta into a Riverside-based district, separate from San Bernardino's high desert mountain communities, and separate from the counties of San Diego and Imperial. Doing so will allow us to protect our community, our civil rights, and our ability to elect candidates of choice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0011, and up next after that will be caller 8802. Caller 0011, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last 4 digits, 0011. If you'll please follow the prompts by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the work that you're all doing and for the opportunity to speak tonight. Member of the Neighborhoods Rise Coalition, a countywide coalition that's calling on the commission to please reconsider the separation of Glendale and Burbank, two sister cities that have historically been together, worked together, and have advocated together for their constituencies. They share much in common, from school districts to business, economic factors, and we hope that you can reconsider and bring these two sister cities back together in one Senate district so they have representation in Sacramento they can be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8802, and up next after that we caller 4373. Caller 8802, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Kevin, and I wanted to call in and thank Commissioner Kennedy for working on a proposal that better represents the Vietnamese community in Little Saigon. I think the proposal was dismissed a bit too quickly and is one final easy change you can make to the Orange County map before we finalize. Thank you. Thanks for always hearing our community and letting us engage in this process.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4373, and up next after that will be caller 2648. Caller 4373, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Janice Gomes in Madera County. And as you are doing the Central Valley and Eastern part of California maps, can you please keep Madera, Merced, and Mariposa counties together as we are all do the same thing, from wildfires to flash floods, healthcare, recreation, and going back and forth to work. And all of our backgrounds are pretty equal in those counties and walks of life. I would really appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2648, and up next after that is caller 3993. Caller 2648, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Crystal, and I live in the community of Walnut Park. Commissioner Kennedy, thank you for all of your support for our communities of Florence, Graham, Walnut Park, and Huntington Park. Today, I would like to request a simple, small cleaning up for keeping Florence, Graham, and Walnut Park together in the 110 LE map. I ask you to please, at the very minimum, keep Walnut Park and Florence, Graham together in our next assembly map, as this will be the only way that our residents and unincorporated areas in LA County will have an opportunity of having a voice in the assembly. Please move on the park to the 110 LA map and make the 10 freeway the northern border of the map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3993, and up next after that will be caller 1327. Caller 3993, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 3993. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 3993, if you will please double check your telephone, make sure it is not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Hello, my name is John Bueri. I'm the CEO of the Alhambra Chamber of Commerce in the San Gabriel Valley, and I'm calling to share my concern about splitting the West San Gabriel Valley from the East San Gabriel Valley and reducing the voting power of our API and Latino communities here in the San Gabriel Valley. Our West San Gabriel Valley communities of Alhambra, Monterey Park, San Gabriel, and Rosemead are currently being connected with much more unaligned communities in the north, including Bradbury, La Cañada, which are some of the more affluent communities in the county for that matter. And so I really, as we look at protecting and really giving voice to these important communities, not just in this region, but in this state, it's really important that they remain together for us. That the idea that Alhambra and Monterey Park remain together with the other communities that reflect similar values, similar demographics, and are really communities that are contiguous. We have unique issues in the San Gabriel Valley, and we're constantly fighting for resources as many smaller cities working together in the community. So it's really not acceptable that we're lumped with the northern communities as currently proposed, and that we need to make sure that the West San Gabriel Valley deserves the representation by remaining in a Latino majority API influenced Senate district, particularly that adequately represents the diversity of our region. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your consideration at this point.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1327, and up next after that is caller 6059. Caller 1327, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, after you make the highly requested change in the congressional maps to keep Sylmar with the Eastern San Fernando Valley to make a Latino VRA district, we need you to focus now on the Assembly and Senate map. Please create 2 supermajority Latino VRA districts and 1 supermajority Latino Senate VRA district to truly represent the diversity of the San Fernando Valley. Specifically for the Assembly map, please add Acton, Agua Dulce, Lake Elizabeth, and Northwest LA County to the city of Santa Clarita. Acton and Agua Dulce are 100% part of the Santa Clarita Valley, while the other mentioned areas are recreational areas and geographic communities of interest for the Santa Clarita Valley. With all these changes, Los Angeles will be golden for the next decade. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6059, and up next after that will be caller 6758. Caller 6059, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioners Sagwani and Sinai, you have been an instrumental part of advocating for communities like mine of Walnut Park. My name is James Smith. I live in the community of Walnut Park. I have lived here for over 25 years. I'm calling in regards of the Assembly 110 LA map. Walnut Park has always been connected with Florence Graham community, as we are both unincorporated communities next to each other, represented by the County of Los Angeles. Our Walnut Park residents have worked with Florence Graham community of multiple social issues, as we are side by side on both share similar challenges. Separating Walnut Park and Florence Graham would be a complete injustice, does not benefit our residents. Please move Walnut Park into the 110 LA map and make the 10th freeway the northern border of the map. Thank you, Commissioners Sadawi, Commissioner Sinai, and the rest of the commissioners for your time, consideration of the minor cleanup change, the Assembly 110 map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6758, and up next after that will be caller 3686. Caller 6758, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I am Lisa, and I'm a resident of Westminster. The Vietnamese community has fully engaged in this redistricting process, and we are asking for one final swap in the congressional districts when you revisit the maps later in the week. Please make the Huntington Beach swap for Los Alamitos and Rossmore that you proposed. It's contained, simple, and a compromise that our community can live with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3686, and up next after that we caller 3979. Caller 3686, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. This is Lou. I'm a resident of the San Fernando Valley. I'd like to remind the Commission that the San Fernando Valley's strength lies in its diversity. In particular, our Latino community is integral to the makeup, culture, and lifestyle in the San Fernando Valley. Your maps do draw one Latino Voting Rights Act district in the San Fernando Valley, and I appreciate that. However, you released a version of maps that include not just one, but two Assembly Latino VRA districts. Furthermore, you've heard a lot of talk today about the Senate VRA seats. In the commission doesn't draw, if the commission draws two VRA Assembly districts, those can be drawn together to create one Senate VRA district as well. The Latino community deserves to have its representation protected. As a representative or a resident, as a 50-year resident of the North San Fernando Valley, I know what I'm talking about. The San Fernando Valley is a huge area and would in fact be the 6th largest city in the nation by itself. I'm asking that you honor the intent of the Voting Rights Act and draw two Assembly VRA districts in the San Fernando Valley. Let's keep the San Fernando Valley grouped together by itself. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3979, and up next after that is caller 6090. Caller 3979, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Melanaita Fisuta, member of Pacific Islander Health Partnership located in Garden Grove. We serve the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander communities by providing health access to those that are disproportionately low income and share the need for social services and affordable housing. I would like to thank the Commission for today's revisions to the State Senate draft map in Orange County. Thank you for your dedication and continued efforts to ensure that there is a VRA district both in and around Santa Ana, West Anaheim, South Fullerton, and La Habra. Building upon this move, we would like to ask the Commission to unite the Irvine and Costa Mesa community of interest. By moving Costa Mesa and surrounding unincorporated areas from NOC Coast into IOC, we will be able to ensure that Pacific Islander communities in Costa Mesa and Irvine stay together, as there are shared needs around affordable housing, health access, and other critical services that our communities need. Please look at the revised map from the People's Redistricting Alliance for guidance on how to make this pivot and ensure that our most underrepresented communities can remain together in their respective districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6090, and up next after that will be caller 0203. Caller 6090, please follow the prompts. Caller 6090, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Quach, and I live in the city of Alhambra, serving as the president of the Alhambra Youth Commission and sophomore class president at Alhambra High School. I'm calling in tonight to share my concern that the state commission is reducing the political power of Latino and API voters in the West San Gabriel Valley. West SGV cities such as Alhambra, Monterey Park, San Gabriel, and Rosemead are currently being connected to white, affluent foothill cities such as Pasadena, La Canada, and Bradbury. Bradbury is one of the wealthiest zip codes in California with an average household income of $146,000. In La Canada, the annual household income is $175,000. These cities are predominantly white, but in Alhambra and Monterey Park, our annual household income is $61,000. In both these cities, whites make up less than 10% of our residents. Affluent white communities in the foothills hold an enormous amount of political power over smaller working class cities in the West SGV. West SGV cities are constantly fighting over resources to improve our neighborhoods, such as in the 7-10-10 freeway debate, while our residents continue to carry the burden of poor air quality and traffic congestion. The cities of the West SGV deserve to maintain the political power by remaining in a Latino majority API-influenced Senate district that adequately represents the diversity of our region. Thank you for your consideration. Nicholas Quach.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0203. And up next after that is caller 4857, caller 0203. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Maria Estela Valencia. I am a Santa Ana resident and a community organizer with Orange County Congregations Community Organization. OCO works with congregations across the county on the issues of housing and immigration justice and education equity. We also work to ensure that our leaders feel empowered as they are advocating for their communities. I would like to first thank the Commission for today's revision to the State Senate draft map in Orange County and ensuring that there is a VRA district both in and around Santana, West Anaheim, South Fullerton, and La Habra. Building upon this move, we would like to recommend strengthening the VRA district, SAA, even further and increasing its Latinx CVAP a full percentage point by following the recommendation sent a few minutes ago by the People's Redistricting Alliance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4857, and up next after that is caller 5115. Caller 4857, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 4857. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. One more time. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Sam Liccardo, the Mayor of the City of San Jose, and on behalf of our 1 million residents, I thank you all for taking seriously our concerns about splitting San Jose into several congressional districts and for your thoughtful deliberation. We appreciate your juggling many complex and conflicting considerations, and we support your creation of proposed Latino and Asian American opportunity districts in San Jose in whatever fashion is required by the Voting Rights Act. I'm not asking you to alter either of those two districts. However, the remaining two districts encompassing San Jose's West, South, Central, and Southeast can and should form the basis for a San Jose majority district. Nearly 600,000 San Joseans in those neighborhoods would know that they would have a representative of Washington who will not subordinate our urban concerns to those of more affluent, less diverse suburban communities around us. We share the view of many in Monterey and Santa Cruz counties that their coastal communities deserve attention to their unique environmental and economic issues. So too, Silicon Valley's urban center has uniquely technology-focused economy, demographically diverse community, severe affordability crisis, and multi-billion-dollar transit projects needing federal funding. Congress works best when its members can speak clearly for all of our communities. Thank you again for considering my thoughts.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5155, and up next after that will be caller 7832. Caller 5115, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm calling to ask that you not split up San Jose into 4 congressional districts. San Jose is the 10th largest city in the entire United States, and we need at least one representative whose district has a majority of San Jose residents, something that almost every big city has. We agree with our neighboring counties that our different communities of interest would be best served by representatives focused on each of our respective needs. You could accomplish this while still maintaining the very important Latino and Asian American opportunity districts in our city. I implore you to reconsider splitting up San Jose into 4 congressional districts and ask that we have at least one member of Congress who will stand up for our current community of interest, which is our city of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7832, and up next after that is caller 0805. Caller 7832, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I want to thank all of you, but especially Commissioners Turner and Kennedy, for hearing our community and helping us advocate to keep our communities together in Walnut Park area. My name is Jeanette, and I live in Florence Grand. I'm calling regarding the Assembly 110 LA draft map. As you have heard our community before, we are a part of a coalition in Walnut Park and Florence Graham communities. With this several hundred members, we are here to ask for a minor small change. We are asking for a 1-for-1 swap. Move the small communities of unincorporated Walnut Park area into the 110 LA map. Then give the small parts of downtown LA that you currently have in the 110 LA map, move that to the AD 54 NELA map. And lastly, you can move the small city of Maywood from AD 54 NELA map to the Gateway map. This is an even swap that will put these small community areas with other similar communities where they have more in common. Commissioners,
20 seconds.
we're asking for a small cleanup to ultimately have Walnut Park in the same 110 LA map as the Florence Graham community in order to truly have the opportunity for our hardworking families to elect a candidate of our choice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0805, and up next after that is caller 7483. Caller 0805, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Yvette Rose, a voter and renter from Van Nuys in the San Fernando Valley. I want to thank you guys tonight for all of your hard work, but we're not done yet. The last Assembly District visualizations in the San Fernando Valley from December 8th have extremely upset local renters and activists like myself. I support the LA Firefighters map because it creates a Latino majority and Latino opportunity district in the Assembly and in the Valley, expanding representation for Latinos in the Valley. It also keeps Los Angeles neighborhoods along Mulholland together while unifying working class renter communities like Van Nuys in a separate district. It also unifies the Latino community in Van Nuys, North Hills East, Panorama City, and North Hollywood in one district instead of the current district, which divides a growing population in these three districts. It also consolidates the neighborhoods impacted by the Hollywood Burbank Airport, which is such a huge issue here. It incorporates North Hollywood and Toluca Lake in a single district, and the map aligns traditionally Jewish neighborhoods and keeps the LGBTQIA populations of the Valley unified. 15. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8121, and up next after that is caller 5181. Caller 8121, please follow the prompts.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, my name is Gloria Olmos. I'm the mayor of the city of South El Monte. And I'd like to thank first off the commission for all its hard work in crafting the maps. I know it's been a lot of work. And for the representation, I'd like to say as a resident of South El Monte in the San Gabriel Valley, it concerns me that the latest iteration map, SD10WE, does not secure the proper representation for our San Gabriel Valley. We need to keep us together. I don't want to see us be put together with San Bernardino. We need to stay. It would be such an injustice. We need to stay together to make our communities and our cities, our regional areas that have common interests in which we share distinctly a lot of identities. We work together as a team, and I'd like to keep those similarities together, as well as needing to keep the map that states the state representative. We voted for our Senator Susan Rubio. We'd like to keep her as a representative, and it's kind of telling us our vote doesn't matter, and we need to know and let the people know their vote matters. So I speak for many on behalf of the city of South El Monte and the San Gabriel Valley. Please keep us together. Thank you so much for all your hard work. I know it's been a lot to hear us all through the night. Thank you. Happy.
Thank you so much. And for all those that are calling in, your public comment is being translated. If you could do your best to take your time with cities, counties, numbers, and just everything in general, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 5181, and up next after that is caller 9843. Caller 5181. If you'll please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 5181. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 5181, I do apologize. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I do have you marked down for a retry, and I will come back around. Right now we have caller 9843, and up next after that will be caller 8853. Caller 9843, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Lori Pasante. I am Director of Civic Engagement for the Dolores Huerta Foundation and have been facilitating the Equitable Maps Coalition. We reviewed the Central Valley Congressional District iterations and recommend adoption of iteration number 4. Iteration number 4 prioritizes the creation of 3 effective VRA districts. CVAP levels look great. They totally reflect performance analyses and are validated by our own extensive experience doing redistricting at all levels of government throughout the Central Valley. You have captured key COIs, especially in underserved areas. You've protected our farm workers throughout the valley, Terabella, Delano, West Tulare, and beyond. You've kept VRA communities and VRA districts in Fresno and Bakersfield. The splits I see are very rare and clearly necessary and well executed. Iteration number 4 also recognizes COIs that I am familiar with, having personally lived in North Hanford and West Bakersfield and gone to school in Lake Isabella. Along Highway 198, Lemoore, North Hanford, and Visalia, minus the oval North Visalia Barrio, Northeast Tulare, and the census-recognized Visalia-Tulare Urban Corridor. And thank you so much for putting California City in the Antelope Valley District.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8853. And up next after that be caller 1915. Caller 8853, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm calling as a concerned resident of the Central Coast, specifically as it relates to the congressional map visualization. I'm very worried that this visualization splits apart our Tri-County region of Santa Cruz, San Benito, and Monterey County. I would hope that the Redistricting Commission follows suit of what a previous public commenter had made and takes a look at the Central Coast Community Map Fix. We have a very large farm worker population within all 3 of these counties. And if any one of those counties are separated from one another, that would largely dilute those immigrants, monolingual Spanish speakers. And I also think it would only be fair to San Jose, as Mayor Sam Liccardo said earlier in his comments, to keep them as one and not split them to an area which would include them within King City, which is 100 miles away from San Jose. So I am really just asking you all to really consider this and consider the voices of the countless community members that have spoken against this, whether it be from San Jose, Monterey, Santa Cruz, or San Benito. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1915, and up next after that is caller 2638. Caller 1915, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 1915, please double check your phone. Make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Hi. Hello, Commissioners. I ask that you're not split up San Jose. As the 10th largest city in America, we need one representative whose district is mostly comprised of San Joseans, something that virtually every other city in the country has. We agree with Monterey and Santa Cruz counties that our different communities of interest would be best served by representatives focused on each of our representative needs. You can accomplish this while still maintaining the important Latino and Asian American opportunity districts in the city. We ask for one member of Congress we know that will speak up for the 10th largest city in the country. Please keep San Jose whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2638. And up next after that will be caller 7446. Caller 2638. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 2638, if you will please double check your phone, make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting. One more time, caller 2638. You are there. You are.
Sorry about that.
Floor is
I didn't
yours.
realize I had it on mute. I'm looking at these maps, and the way you've divided up Fresno is you've acted, because there's not a lot of experience within Fresno, you've divided it up in multiple congressional districts. Also, I look at the way you've trying to push the VRA numbers up so high. What you don't understand is when you push these VRA numbers up, how is someone in Central California going to be able to be represented, somebody in the congressional ECA districts, all the way to Lake Tahoe, to Plumas County, north? I don't think you understand what's happening with the various districts and how people live in California, how people go from east in the mountains to west down in the valley. The reality is you're trying to push the Hispanic numbers up because of the Dolores Huerta Foundation and their ideas, which are all self-centered, and you're not trying to think of how do people have representation. You need to understand that it's okay if a VRA district is at 52% or 53%. It does not need to be 58%. Building arms to take out white people to put in brown people or vice versa is racist. And what you're causing is racist districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7446. And up next after that is caller 9370. Caller 7446, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi there. I'm calling to ask that you not split San Jose into 4 congressional districts. As the 10th largest city in the United States and the 3rd largest city in California, I feel that we need one representative whose district is mostly made up of San Jose residents, like every other large city in the country has, and agree with previous callers about how our different communities of interest would be best served by representatives focused on each of our respective needs. And this can be done through, while also maintaining the Latino and Asian American opportunity districts in the city. And again, all I'm asking is for one member of Congress who will speak for 10th largest city in the United States, 3rd largest city in California. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9370. And up next after that is caller 7644. Caller 9370, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Josue. First, I would like to thank you for the work you guys have done for the Los Angeles County. I am a member of the RISE Coalition. We are a countrywide coalition fighting for representation. And tonight, I'm here to ask that you guys please keep Burbank and Glendale together. If you split these cities up, it will diminish their unified voice for fair representation in Sacramento. These cities have worked together throughout history as gateway cities to the San Fernando Valley. We urge you guys to please keep these cities in the same Senate district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7644. And up next after that is caller 3989. Caller 7644, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. In the Senate draft, you're still splitting Fresno Metro communities of interest near Fresno State and Old Fig Garden between Bullard and Shaw, and pairing some of those areas with Clovis. You've also not included Selma in the Fresno VRA district, which is a historically significant city for the Black community and should be paired with other Black COIs. You also split communities of interest on all levels, often splitting West Park and the COI west of 99, which in Old Fig Garden area, and the College COIs and communities near the Fig Garden Loop that we've continued to lift up. It's important that you're considerate of and try to pair these communities, at least one of these on at one of the levels of these maps. We support VRA districts, but we want to list that you don't have to break up Black and API communities in order to maintain that seat, and you shouldn't do so just to raise the LCVAP. Black and Latino communities often share similar issues, and there's evidence of crossover voting that supports pairing these communities. A slightly lower Latino CVAP in a district that keeps Black COIs together and can still be an effective VRA district. I'd like to thank the Commission for receiving testimony so late in the evening. Thank you for all your work that you continue to do.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3989, and up next after that is caller 3995. Caller 3989, please follow the prompts.
Hi, I'm calling from Manteca in San Joaquin County. I'm very upset to see our county split up in the congressional district maps. There has to be a way to make sure that we aren't grouped in with Sacramento or Elk Grove as I've seen in a few drafts. I want my community to have a voice, and the minute we're with Sacramento, we lose that. Please keep us as whole as possible.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3995, and up next after that will be caller 2567. Caller 3995, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, today was a gut punch to San Bernardino's high desert. Thank you to Commissioner Vasquez and Anderson for advocating for us, but to Commissioner Vasquez's point, we've met this neighbor. Look at maps going back decades. We've had plenty of representatives who have come from Los Angeles County. We always get left behind. To Commissioner Kennedy's point about balance, this map is very unbalanced. Somehow every community in Los Angeles County is kept whole, but our high desert has been cracked again. I would urge the Commission to look at the draft map. At least we were kept whole. And the parts of Rancho Cucamonga, like Altaloma, that were with us, would have given rural areas in our county a chance. It really feels like the Commission is wholly committed to Los Angeles County and not the Inland Empire, and it's just deeply unfair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2567, and up next after that is caller 4125. Caller 2567, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Commissioners, I would like to share my strong opposition to last night's iteration STCV2 of Kings Tulare Kern Congressional Visualization. As a resident of Kings County, this visualization dramatically changes the way in which our community and overall region is represented at the federal level. I think the way we go about it is that things need to be balanced. The Voting Rights Act is very important, but not to such a degree that communities that are not shared are joined together. This effort is extreme. The Kings Tulare Kern visualization from last night's handout is not in the best interest of the community. We have asked repeatedly for you to keep Kings County whole. We are a VRA district, a small county, and it doesn't make sense to split us up. The iteration that was presented on the map viewer for today, December 15th, will better serve the community as a whole. We strongly urge the Commission to keep Kings County as a whole, as they have no interest in being separated into two congressional districts. It is a disservice to its people and will harm their ability to be represented in an equitable way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4125, and up next after that is caller 2402. Caller 4125, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. I've called before, and I want to thank you again for your hard work throughout this process. It's been pretty impressive to watch. I'm calling regarding the congressional maps. A few days ago, you put Sylmar with the San Fernando Valley seat, and this is good work. Thank you, Commissioner Sidwani, for pushing this. Unfortunately, the commission was tight on time, and the way that it happened resulted in Granada Hills and Porter Ranch being cut out of the San Fernando Valley without the commission even discussing it. VICA has submitted a revised map that keeps North Hollywood and Toluca Lake together and puts Sunland Tujunga in the Santa Clarita Antelope Valley seat. Sunland Tujunga is the semi-rural part of the valley, culturally similar to the semi-rural AVS-CV seat. It is imperative that the areas affected by the Porter Ranch gas leak are represented by a member of Congress who will bring in the EPA. So I'm asking you to please keep Porter Ranch together with Chatsworth and West Hills. You've done right by the valley thus far, and now we're asking that you make the small change of putting Porter Ranch and Granada Hills back in the San Fernando Valley. Please make this change, and thank you again for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2402, and up next after that is caller 8174. Caller 2402, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Hillary Hall, and I live in the Santa Clarita Valley. I've been a 30-year resident here. Before that, I was in the San Fernando Valley for 20 years, so I understand the area very well. I would like to thank you for your latest Senate iteration, which unites the Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita Valleys. It's a significant improvement over your draft maps. We strongly support Commissioner Vasquez's exploration to further improve these lines, specifically by shifting more of the Victor Valley to San Bernardino and shifting portions of Upland and Rancho Cucamonga to SD 210, balancing the districts through the San Fernando Valley. As commissioners have noted, Upland to Santa Clarita is a real disconnect. To be honest, I don't know how to get to Upland without using Google Maps. And you've heard consistently about trying to keep the Victor Valley whole when possible. Extending Santa Clarita into San Fernando Valley recognizes the city's growing diversity. This final exploration will impact a handful of districts, but should yield further improved districts. Two additional requests, which I know won't get to all of it. First, if you're going to split the Victor Valley, I strongly urge you to use the same split you used in the Assembly plan. The Senate plan, as presented this evening, breaks up the African American and Latino communities in the Victor Valley. Using the Assembly line in Victor Valley would be consistent with both the Black Hub and AAJC.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8174, and up next after that is caller 6198. Caller 8174, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Sola Rodriguez. I'm from the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA. I've also lived in San Fernando Valley for over 20 years. The San Fernando Valley is home to 1.8 million residents, of which 40% are Latinos, and of which many are immigrants. The communities in Venice, Pacoima, San Fernando, Cantaloupe Park, and Sylmar are home to low-income working families. There are communities with apartments and trailer homes, and we face the same issues such as access to affordable housing and the dire need for rent control. Since my time living in the valley, I have moved several times because my family could not afford the high rents. The city of Venice, Pacoima, and Pennsylvania are also amongst the highest numbers of COVID cases. The lack of COVID testing and vaccine clinics affected my community, and because they could not miss a day of work, we were unable to secure vaccines early. Last year in December, we lost our organizing director, Antonio Bernabez, due to COVID. He lived and died as an undocumented person in his country, dedicating his life to organizing immigrant communities across the valley for over 20 years. He helped.
Thank you so much. And as a reminder to those that are calling in, if you will please take your time with your public comment and just all of your public comment so that we can capture it properly with the translators and with our captioners and for our commissioners. Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 6198, and up next after that will be caller 2770. Caller 6198, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Our communities of Walnut Park, Florence Graham, and Huntington Park want to thank you and the rest of the Commissioners for helping communities like ours. My name is Sandra, and I'm calling regarding Assembly 110 LA draft map. We are here to ask for a minor small change. We are asking for a 1-for-1 swap. Move the small community of Walnut Park area into the 110 LA map. Then give the small parts of downtown LA that have nothing in common with us that you currently have in the 110 LA map, and move that small downtown area to the AD 54 Mila map. And lastly, you can move the small city of Maywood from AD 54 Mila map to the Gateway map. This is a close to an even swap that will put these small community areas as with other similar communities where they have more in common. Commissioners, we are asking for a small cleanup to ultimately have Walnut Park in the same 110 LA map as the Florence Graham community in order to truly have an opportunity for our hardworking families to elect a candidate for our choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2770, and up next after that is caller 7317. Caller 2770, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Ann Lee. I'm a lifelong resident of Orange County with the last 30 years in Irvine and more recently in Tustin. First of all, thank you for the most recent iteration of the district map in which the cities of Tustin and Irvine have been preserved into one district and now keep our voices whole. I respectfully urge commissioners to stay on this course for the following reasons. As you may already recognize, Tustin and Irvine share common interests, and we should be considered a single community. Geographically, the city of Tustin shares the entirety of a long stretch of an eastern border, as well as all of our southern border with the city of Irvine. Tustin and Irvine are closely tied with one another as big sister, small sister cities with similar identity and shared resources. In times of emergency, such as the recent storm and past wildfires, our communities are often lumped together. One of the prized schools in the Tustin Unified School District, Beckman High School, is located in the city of Irvine, and one of Orange County's retail dining destinations with over 120 vendors is the Marketplace, which straddles both the cities of Tustin and Irvine. As an Asian American, I identify with the community in Irvine versus North Orange County communities of Fullerton and Yorba Linda. My Korean American community has thrived in Irvine, which is where I worked for more than a decade, and where my neighbors attend school and church, and where we shop and eat out. Thank you so much for your time and consideration in keeping Tustin and Irvine.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7317, and up next after that will be caller 3499. Caller 7317, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 7317, if you will please double check your phone and make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jenny, a fourth-generation Oakhurst resident. The recent statements, thoughts, and maps regarding congressional districts in Central and Eastern California do not represent my region well. One idea even had Clovis with the mountain region named ECA. Clovis is a city heavily populated and is a definition of urban suburbia. The exact opposite of areas like Madera, Ranchos, Chowchilla, Mariposa, Oakers, and Corso. Clovis and even North Fresno has many different needs and a completely different way of life. Should not be with the mountain communities. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3499. And up next after that, we have caller 5249. Caller 3499. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michelle Lopez, and I am calling you from the city of Grand Terrace. I'm calling you this evening because I'd like to ask that we stay grouped with similar communities for the Senate maps. I know that we've been split at certain points in this process, but I would really like to ask that you keep us neighbored with communities such as Loma Linda, Redlands, and Yucaipa. I've lived in the Inland Empire for decades. My family has been here for over 4 generations as well. And I want to reference a gentleman earlier who said the Inland Empire has very different needs, as well as needing to stay within our own county district mapping. And so with regard to Redlands, with regard to Loma Linda, with regard to Yucaipa, we have very similar demographics in that our median household incomes, those are very similar as well as the housing prices in our areas. And so we have very different needs. If you look further at it, at our areas, our demographics also have a very strong presence in the hospital setting, as we are located central to Loma Linda University Hospital, as well as Redlands Community Hospital. And so I'm just asking that with many of our residents in those areas, we resemble similar demographics, and we're just asking that you please consider keeping us within that area. Thank you for taking our calls so late in the evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5249, and up next after that is caller 8575. Caller 5249, please follow the prompts. Caller 5249, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi there. Well, thank you, Commissioners, for all your hard work. It's not an easy job. And my name is Ho Young Poon. I am a longtime resident of San Francisco, and I actually worked on 3 census focused on San Francisco Bay Area, and I'm very familiar with the area. I support the current congressional district Greater Alliteration District map, which includes City of San Jose, with Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Fremont, Santa Clara, and Milpitas. There are a lot of common interests in this community with the tech industry, with the emerging green tech industry, with the large immigrant populations from Asia, from Latino community, and I also, we deal with similar climate change issues, and the map is supported by many community organizations as well as climate groups. I also support Mayor San Jose's comment that we should really keep the rest of San Jose in one district because our city has many challenges.
30 seconds.
And we really need one representative in Congress to help us allocate appropriate resources to address homeless, transportation, housing, and many other challenges. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we will caller 8575. And up next after that will be caller 8108. Caller 8575. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Your last San Fernando Valley Assembly maps did not work for any of us community leaders. I'm a former vice president of a neighborhood council, and I appreciate you recognizing that these maps did not work. Stewart and VICA have submitted 3 maps today. Map B that Stewart submitted stands for bad. It splits Pacoima from San Fernando and Sylmar and does not work for the San Fernando Valley. The map A by VICA works for the San Fernando Valley. None of these maps are perfect, but Map A by VICA works. Similar to that is the coalition map provided by the firefighters for the San Fernando Valley. This map is best. It keeps the East Angeles Forest communities of Burbank, San Juan, Tujunga, Glendale, and the Santa Clarita Valley all whole, allowing for them to have appropriate representation. As we face climate change and wildfires are going to be a bigger factor, we need an assembly member who understands these issues and work on them for all of their communities and work closely together. So please look at the San Fernando Valley Coalition map provided by the firefighters or VICA's Map A. VICA's Map B stands for BAD. Thank you very much. And thank you for your commitment to our state. We owe you a great gratitude.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8108. And up next after that we have caller 9575. Caller 8108, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 8108. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 8108. There appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment. I do have you marked for a retry. I will be coming back around after the break for those. Right now we have caller 9575, and up next after that we will have caller 9938. 9575, please follow the prompts.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Karen Diaz, and I'm part of the Coalition for Human and Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA. CHIRLA wants to commend you on your sense of duty to serve and always taking up and listening to our public comment and making it inclusive for all residents of California. As an immigrant myself, I am really grateful that this is a process that I can participate. Today I will be providing feedback on LA County and Orange County. We appreciate that you keep the whole Antelope Valley together in SDIANTVICCVAL map. For the Senate level, a concern that we have is that it's breaking up the communities of the High Desert by separating the city of Hesperia from Victorville and Adelanto. While our low-income immigrant communities understand that at the assembly level, they have to draw Hesperia, Adelanto, and Victorville for VRA obligations. They would like to be separated from an LA County-based district. At the Senate level, this modification will respect COIs and the community of the Antelope Valley and the High Desert. We suggest that when you draw the Senate district in the Antelope Valley with Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valley, you head north to Kern County, including the city of Rosamond, Mojave, and the Central Valley. Also, we want to thank you for your work on the Senate district on the Orange County district. We appreciate that you draw South Fullerton, West Anaheim, and other parts of Orange County. Lastly, we want to uplift the Senate map that you have the San Fernando Valley district, and we want to make sure that you nest two districts at assembly level that are two.
Thank you so much. And as one more reminder, please speak slowly when talking about names, cities, and numbers, and for all of your public comment, so that we may capture it with our captioners and our translators, and so that our commissioners can follow along. Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 9938, and up next after that we caller 0669. Caller 9938, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
My name is Linda Sell. I live in Greater ED Congressional District, near San Jose. San Jose Mayor made clear that the people of San Jose do not want exploration or integration that puts Greater ED Asian District with a small neck connecting it to San Jose. So I thank Commissioner Sawani and Commissioner Toledo for suggesting and supporting that San Jose population be exchanged between Santa Clara District and Mid-Coast districts. Thank you to Chair Kennedy for asking Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Ahmed to explore this exchange. This matches San Jose Mayor Sam Liccardo's what he spoke tonight in his letter. It would point to making a majority district, San Jose District of San Clair, which all would match up Greater ED, many COIs since the summer, which includes COIs from MALDEF map, Asian Law Alliance map, which is based in San Jose, unanimous vote by a San Jose Sunnyvale City Council, unanimous vote by a Santa Clara City Council, and it also maintains the Cupertino Hispanic VRA district. Your line drawing playbook says it prioritizes council votes.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0669, and up next after that will be caller 3783. Caller 0669, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amir, and I am a sophomore in high school. I'm 15 years old. I spent all of my 15 years in Temple City, a city in the San Gabriel Valley. I am very dedicated to my community. I'm currently an appointed youth committee member for the city of Temple City. And I just wanted to talk about our Senate district real quick because as previous speakers have mentioned, the West San Gabriel Valley and the East San Gabriel Valley are completely split. My city's sort of in the middle, but we're being grouped with the West San Gabriel Valley. And by grouping us with cities like Glendale and Burbank, we're taking away the voting power of minorities, AAPI voters and Latinx voters in the district. Previous speakers also mentioned that that they wanted Glendale and Burbank included in the San Fernando Valley. So I think a perfect solution would be to give them what they want and give us what we want by splitting our side of the district into. And then also for the East San Gabriel Valley, combining the West and East San Gabriel Valley, and as previous speakers also mentioned, giving back Chino and Pomona back to the Inland Empire, so that way the San Gabriel Valley could really be grouped together and we could really have our voting power truly recognized while giving neighboring districts exactly what they've been asking for. Thank you so much for your time. You have a great evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3783, and up next after that is caller 0682. Caller 3783, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller 3783, if you'll please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi there. My name is Irene, and I'm calling regarding Commissioner Kennedy's proposal, reading the Vietnamese community in Huntington Beach and Little Saigon. Tomorrow, when the commission revisits the congressional maps, I would like to consider the request that you all consider this proposal. I know you won't be making substantial changes to the OC maps, but this idea seems to be reasonable, fair, and something the commission can do without blowing up all of its hard work to this point. Thank you for all of your hard work, and I appreciate your thoughts in this congression.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0682, and up next after that is caller 9672. Caller 0682, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm a resident of the Antelope Valley, and I'm calling to support tonight's iteration, the 1215 iteration of AVSCV, which again includes Sylmar, which we support. Callers continue to reference a change in which Porter Ranch and Granada Hills were drawn in with us a few days ago. However, this was not the iteration that was posted tonight on 1215, so I'm not exactly sure if they need to update their scripts or if I'm not looking at the correct iteration. Regarding the callers who continuously try to lump Santa Clarita or the Antelope Valley with Sunland and Tujunga, please stop. Our communities have nothing in common with that area, and to get there, you have to drive through the valley. VICA also referring to us as semi-rural is offensive. Santa Clarita is the third largest city in Los Angeles County. Lancaster and Palmdale are the fifth and sixth. We're suburban and extremely diverse. I've lived here nearly my whole life, and I've never even seen a horse on any of our streets. So referring to us as horse riding folks is ridiculous. Stuart Waldman and VICA need to keep their concerns over our community to themselves. They don't even live here, and as a gay Latino, I'm appalled at their attempts to disenfranchise us in favor of white communities in North Hollywood. It's racist, plain and simple.
15.
I appreciate you not taking directives from special interest groups who wish to benefit certain congressional representatives. Please, if you could clarify whether the 1215 CD iteration is correct or not. Happy holidays and best of luck to you.
Thank you so much. And Chair, at this time we are up against a break.
Thank you very much, Katie. It is going on 8 o'clock. We will be on break until 8:15. There are some 45 callers in the queue. Some of those have already spoken. We have 25 hands up. So those of you who are still in the queue, please remain in the queue. We will get to you as soon as we can after we come back at 8:30. Thank you at 8:15. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for your patience during our 15-minute break. We are back with you and looking forward to hearing from our remaining callers tonight. Katie, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Chair. And we will begin with caller 9672. And up next after that will be caller 9611. And just a brief reminder for all those who have called in, if you will please speak at a steady pace, with all numbers, counties, names, and just everything you have to say. It allows us to capture it properly and allows the commissioners to hear it. Thank you so much. Caller 9672, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate all the hard work that you've been doing. I am Mayor Robert Gonzalez from the city of Azusa. And my concern this evening is the redistricting map that you're looking to do for Senate District 22. Expanding that district into San Bernardino County will really affect the San Gabriel Valley. We are one of the most densely populated regions in LA County, and extending resources that go into San Bernardino County wouldn't be prudent to the San Gabriel Valley. We are fighting for resources within our own small area, and expanding that into San Bernardino County would be a disservice, not only to the district, but just to the voters as well. So I'm just calling tonight just to express my concerns with expanding the District 22 into San Bernardino County. We'd like to keep everything in the San Gabriel Valley. So thank you again, and have a very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9611, and up next after that is caller 3788. Caller 9611, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Bob Eversole, and I've lived in San Joaquin County for 15 years. And I've been following your commission for months now, and you can't split us up. I'm calling to make sure that you understand that we should be our own area with a solid voice that people can hear, not grouped in with Elk Grove or Sacramento, who are totally different than us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3788. And color, after that will be color 1082. Color 3788. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my comments. My name is Kathy, and I live in the city of Turlock, Stanislaus County. I have some real concerns about the redistricting. I'm talking about MAP, the Congressional District, MAP CD, ECA, iteration 121321. I'm calling about the congressional maps, and I'm encouraged to hear that Commission is taking the time to get the Central Valley VRA districts right. I believe, and I'm sure you'll agree, that securing representation for Latinos is central to your mandate as commissioners. However, honestly, I'm a bit frustrated that it's taken so long, but better late than never. We often get overlooked here in the Central Valley, and I'd love to see you all back this trend. The iteration number 4 was a great way to redraw the VRAs, and thank you for committing to that, and thank you for all your hard work, commissioners. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we have color 1082, and up next after that will be color 3636. Color 1082, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Syed. I'm a homeowner in Porter Ranch. Recently, Porter Ranch in Granada Hills was taken out of the San Fernando Valley. I'm calling to express my concerns regarding this, as we have both commercial and cultural interests and ties to the San Fernando Valley. And I want to reiterate the point that Sunland to Juna should go with the Antelope Valley. These communities have a lot more in common. And yeah, that's practically what I wanted to convey. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have color 3636. And up next after that will be color 0209. Color 3636. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
As a lifelong Angelino and resident of Glendale, I do not understand why you would even consider splitting Glendale and Burbank and separate in the Senate map. Sister cities are demographics, economic growth, social district, chambers of commerce work together to support our local economy. Our kids play in the same sports leagues. We shop in each other's cities and work together to provide strong public services, including police and fire services, to the residents of both cities. No one wins when we are broken apart. There is only loss of service, suppression of our voices, and overall disservice to the residents of both Glendale and Burbank. We know you have to make hard choices, but splitting Burbank and Glendale apart from each other is the wrong choice. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have color 0209, and up next after that is color 4425. Color 0209, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Bing speaking. I'm in Santa Clara County, a community organizer and immigration leader. I'm calling to comment on the congressional district of Santa Clara map, which is currently District 18. And first, thank you all to the commissioners for your hard work you've done so far. However, on the congressional level of Santa Clara County, The growing Asian population is not reflected in this districting this time. The facts are Asians are the largest ethnic group in Santa Clara County, around 40%, up substantially from 2010. But the current map only reflects 23% of Asian population. This means the current proposed congressional redistricting map in Santa Clara County, unfortunately, is creating districts that preserve the outdated racial and ethnic mix of a decade ago. Asian-heavy cities like Cupertino are carved out of the proposal district, instead including Asian-light cities cross lines in cemetery. Such as City, Palo Alto, Mountain Views are separated from similar tech-centric cities like Sunnyvale, Cupertino, City of San Jose, City of Santa Clara, who share this common value, education, cultural, business, technical, infrastructure backgrounds, as what Mayor San Jose just stated. These Asian Americans are splitting up, reducing the community voting power. Silicon Valley should be viewed as an integrated community, as mentioned by previous callers. And it's imperative to keep all Silicon Valley cities together, such as Palo Alto, Cupertino, Santa Clara, Mountain View, etc. I'm really echoing Mayor Sam Bilardo and a few.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4425, and up next after that will be caller 3358. Caller 4425, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lynn Sarraille, Sarraille. I have been a resident of Turlock, California for 34 years. I'm concerned with the congressional districting maps. As a member of the League of Women Voters, I've registered voters all over this area. My concern is that Modesto and Turlock be included with their neighbors. Thank you for strengthening the VRA districts in the Central Valley, especially with Fresno iteration. Thank you for helping Modesto and Turlock to be concluded in a congressional district that recognizes and supports our common needs for infrastructure, healthcare, and transportation along the Highway 99 corridor. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3358, and up next after that will be caller 3592. Caller 3358, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I want to thank all of you, but especially Commissioners Turner and Kennedy, for hearing our community and helping us to advocate our communities together, Walnut Park and the Florence Graham area. I'm calling regarding the Assembly 110 LA draft map. As you have heard our community before, we are a part of a coalition in Walnut Park, Florence Graham, with several hundred members. We're here to ask for a small but minor change. We're asking for a one-on-one swap. Move the small community of unincorporated Walnut Park into the LA 110 map. Give the small parts of downtown LA that you currently have in the 110 LA map, move those to the AD 54 NALA map. And lastly, can you move the small city of Maywood from AD 54 NALA map to the Gateway map? This is an even swap that will put these small community areas with other similar communities where they have more in common. Commissioners, we are asking for a small cleanup to ultimately have Walnut Park in the same LA 110 map as the Florence Graham community in order to truly have an opportunity for our hardworking families to elect a candidate of our choice. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3592, and up next after that is caller 7712. Caller 3592, please follow the prompts.
Good evening. My name is Dan, and I'm calling from Modesto in the Great San Joaquin Valley. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time tonight. Time and again, keep coming back to these congressional maps, only to have to come back to them again later. The time has come to really double down on getting the VRA districts right and get real substantive Latino representation from the Central Valley. Let's create at least 2 districts with well upwards of 50% CVAP as is represented in the most recent Fresno iteration number 4. History teaches us that the more spread out these communities get, the less voice they have. Once these VRA districts are done right once and for all, which is shown in the most recent Fresno iteration number 4, then this is progress, and then you can finally move on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7712, and up next after that will be caller 7507. Caller 7712, please follow the prompts. And one more time. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'd like to speak to the 2 new iterations proposed by Commissioners Sidwani and Toledo to raise LC-VAPs in King to LaKern and the Fresno-Tulare District. In the event that you choose to adopt these maps, I'd like to speak to the Stannis-Fresno District. For some reason, this district includes the city of Lathrop in San Joaquin County, a rapidly growing suburb with an industrial economy closely tied to Tracy and Stockton in the largely rural Stannis-Fresno seat. The rapid growth of Lathrop, driven by Bay Area commuters, is quickly going to drive down the LC-VAP and efficacy of Stannis-Fresno as a VRA seat. To uplift the voice of the farm worker communities that form the base of Stannis-Fresno, I highly recommend you move out the city of Lathrop and instead include the communities of North Hanford and Lemoore in Stannis-Fresno. This swap would raise CVAP in Stannis-Fresno and would greatly improve the compactness of your maps by eliminating the so-called arm that connects the sliver of Kings County to the Sierras and distant population centers in Bakersfield and Fresno. In Stannis-Fresno, North Hanford and Lemoore would be reunited with similar West Valley communities like Coalinga and Mendota. Again, swapping Lathrop out of Stannis-Fresno and bringing in Lemoore and North Hanford from Fresno-Kern will create a stronger VRA district, better unite communities of interest in the western San Joaquin Valley, and result in much more compact districts. In other words, it's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7507. And up next after that is caller 2956. Caller 7507, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm calling to request that the Commission would revisit the congressional map for Orange County. And if they have a chance to revisit the map small, please take into consideration West Santa Ana and incorporate West Santa Ana into the new congressional district. The population is about 30,000, and it can be done without disrupting any other district. So please take that into consideration. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2956. And up next after that we will retry caller 5181. Caller 2956, if you'll please follow the prompts. Caller with the last 4 digits, 2956. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sasha Renee Perez. I'm a council member from the City of Alhambra, a board member with Asian Youth Center, and a lifelong resident of the San Gabriel Valley. Thank you for the time you've dedicated to this commission. I'm calling in to express my deep opposition to the current West SGV and East SGV Senate maps. These maps dilute API and Latino communities in the West SGV and combine our region with cities we share no interest with. The East and West San Gabriel Valley need to be kept whole. We need to continue to have representatives who understand the unique needs of our predominantly low-income immigrant communities of color and the challenges facing our region, such as air quality, lack of green space, and transportation. Our communities are consistently competing for resources with many of the outside communities we've been combined with. I've heard a number of commissioners share that these Senate maps were created as a result of feedback that was provided around the West SGV congressional maps. I've spoken to several organizations such as Active SGV, Nature for All, and API Forward Movement who have submitted letters to make clear that their comments were only directed towards the congressional map and that they do not want to see the San Gabriel Valley split apart.
15.
Please make the SGV whole again and move forward with the SGV Senate map iteration from November 10th, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will retry color 5181, and then up next after that, we will retry color 8108. Color 5181, if you will please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name's Kevin O'Connor, and I'm a longtime resident of Simi Valley, California. And I want to urge the council to we need to keep Santa Clarita separate from San Fernando. San Fernando Valley and Santa Clarita have nothing in common. And what is it? Oops, I lost my place. So the San Fernando Valley is such a massive valley, it can't be split off into Santa Clarita. It has to join the rest of San Fernando Valley. Please do not separate, or please do not include Santa Clarita in the San Fernando Valley. Thank you for your time and your public outreach.
Thank you so much. And right now we will retry color 8108, and then up next after that will be color 7414. Color 8108, if you'll please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ben Menor. I lived in Santa Clara Valley for 66 years. 20 years of that has been in San Jose and 20 years currently in Sunnyvale. I support the current CD Greater Iteration District map, which includes cities of San Jose, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Fremont, Alviso, Santa Clara, Milpitas. And although there's an effort to have one major district that would represent San Jose, I'm afraid of the dilution of the populations of Asian Americans and Hispanics being endorsed into those communities in this one district. I believe that the district that I'm in, District 17, has provided a base to provide great services to the immigrants and minority population with regards to language and cultural competence services. And so I would like you to look very seriously as these cities have developed a tremendous bond within their own communities with their religion, language services, as well as their culinary attributes to the rest of the community of this district. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll be going to color 7414, and up next after that will be color 2988. Color 7414, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Willa. I'm calling about San Jose. I'm very concerned with the way that San Jose has been cut into 4 districts. I was very surprised to hear from other callers that this is unprecedented among the cities in the state, and San Jose is literally the only city this is being done to. San Jose is a very diverse and extremely cohesive community, and I believe that we deserve to remain a united community and not be split this way. I've heard that Mayor Sam Ricardo has advocated for combining certain areas to keep our community more cohesive, and I fully support this idea. I would ask that you please listen to the many people who have commented and who want to keep our community together, and I ask that you please don't divide San Jose. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have color 2988, and up next after that will be color 5955. Color 2988, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 29. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Sarah. I'm also from San Jose. I asked that the city of San Jose, the 10th largest city in America, gets at least one representative whose district is mostly comprised of San Joseans, such as myself, something that virtually every other large city in the country has. We agree with Monterey and Santa Cruz counties that our different communities of interest would be best served by representatives focused on each of our respective needs. You can accomplish this while still maintaining the important Latino and Asian American opportunity districts in the city. We ask for one member of Congress we know will speak up for the 10th largest city in the country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5955, and up next after that will be caller 2297. Caller 5595, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 5955, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'd like to comment on the map ADJRC iteration. I'd like to begin by thanking the commissions for keeping the communities of interest in Corona, Hooper Valley, and Riverside together. But Grand Terrence is not part of that community of interest. Grand Terrence is in a different county with a different school district and different local priorities. Grand Terrence is very much connected to Colton and San Bernardino and should be grouped with San Bernardino-based districts. We ask that you remove Grand Terrence from that district and include UCR instead. Happy holidays and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2297, and up next after that is caller 7592. Caller 2297, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
I'm calling about the Northern Los Angeles County State Senate map called Aunt Vic Val to express my general approval for the map you've drawn for this Senate district, which correctly depicts the Northern Los Angeles communities of interest. And thank you for keeping Santa Clarita Valley together after 10 years of voting for two different state senators here where I live. I understand that the Senate districts are a lot bigger than our assembly districts and that we may be grouped with other cities, but wherever it is necessary to do so, please keep in mind our neighbors in San Fernando Valley with whom we share common geography, community culture, county services, and of course, our commuter pathways on the 14-5 and 405 freeways. That would mean including the cities of Northridge, Granada Hills, and Porter Ranch, rather than going further into another county such as San Bernardino into Victor Valley and Apple Valley.
30 seconds.
Residents in San Bernardino agree with me, as an earlier caller stated, and they also prefer to vote in their current county. Karen Diaz from Chirla, the Coalition for Human Immigration Rights, agrees with this plan and also requests that San Bernardino 15. Be removed from this map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7592, and up next after that is caller 2229. Caller 7592, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you and good evening. In regards to congressional redistricting, while the specific plan may be regarded as extreme, the Hispanic CVAP percentage for CD Cupertino could be increased. Please see public input number 38855, 38855, San Jose. Having San Jose divided among 4 congressional districts would not be a good idea. For a visualization of a San Jose in 3 districts plan, please see public input number 40536, which was posted earlier today, 40536. This plan has a San Jose majority congressional district, which includes Los Altos Hills, Los Altos, Loyola, Saratoga, Monte Sereno, Los Gatos, Campbell, and more than half of San Jose's population. Mountain View would be split. District Greater Ed would have more of West San Jose. CD Cupertino would be modified also. And there would be a coastal district from Pacifica to San Luis Obispo County. I hope that Commissioners Ahmad and Yee would see public inputs 40536 and 40585 before their line drawing session with Tamina. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 2229, and up next after that will be caller 1595. Caller 2229, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
My name is Anita, and I'm calling from Modesto. I'm here to comment on congressional districts. I've been watching the process from the very beginning, and I thank you all so much for the work that you've put in. Before yesterday, I was very concerned about the VRA seats in the Central Valley, but now that I've seen you're on your way to making them actually effective, which is so important for our Latino community. So I hope you finish that work, and I hope you do it by choosing the Fresno iteration that you posted this week, and that will give our valley the voice we deserve. Thank you so much for your work. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1595, and up next after that is caller 6131. Caller 1595. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Toledo, Sanjay. Our communities of Walnut Park, Florence Graham, and Huntington Park want to thank you and the rest of the commissioners for helping our communities. My name is Ramsey. I am calling regarding Assembly 110 LA draft map. We are here to ask for a minor small change. We are asking for one-for-one swap. Move the small community of Walnut Park area into the 110 LA map, then give the small parts of downtown LA that have nothing in common with us, as many other callers have previously mentioned, that you have currently in the 110 LA map, and move that small downtown area to the AD 54 NELA map. And lastly, you can move the small city of Maywood from the 54 NELA map to the Gateway map. This is close to an even swap that will put these small community areas in sync with other communities where they have more fiscal commonality and educational commonality. Commissioners, we are asking for a small cleanup to ultimately have Walnut Park in the same 110 LA map as a Florence Graham community in order to truly have an opportunity for our hardworking families to elect candidates that suit our choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6131, and up next after that is caller 4967. Caller 6131, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'd like to reference the Kings-Tulare current congressional map. Kings County is a collection of small rural towns economically driven by their agricultural industry. During the September recall election, some towns in Kings County did not have vote centers or ballot drop boxes. Residents of these towns relied on neighboring Kings communities to vote in person. It would be irresponsible to split up Kings County because of its former Section 5 designation. Please keep Kings County whole. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4967, and up next after that is caller 7483. Caller 4967, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I'd like to reference the Kings-Tulare current congressional map. Last night's iteration handout was not okay. The Kings-Tulare current visualization is not in best interest of the community. We have
asked repeatedly to you to keep Kings County whole. We are a VRA district, a small community, and it doesn't make sense to split us up. Please keep Kings County whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7483. And up next after that is caller 5038. Caller 7483, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. While I appreciate rejoining Modesto and part of Turlock, you still have Turlock split, and they now are again in the Sierra District. Stanislaus County is a Central Valley county. It's not the Sierras. We're an agricultural area, not foothills or forest land or high desert. I've been hearing from many callers that current lines put them in areas where there's no commonality. Well, this current iteration puts Stanislaus and its agricultural interests with the Sierras and the high desert border of San Bernardino County, which is absolutely has no agricultural interests whatsoever. We have a number of issues revolving around agriculture, transportation, education, healthcare, and housing. We have water issues like all of California. However, we are a large supplier of food for not only California, but our whole country. We have a large Hispanic, Assyrian, Punjabi, and Portuguese communities in this small area, and these voices will be diluted with the latest iterations. Diversity is our strength, and it needs to be protected and listened to. As the current California 10 district, we have been making progress in solving these issues. Please do not create a district where all of our advancements will be for naught. Thank you so much, and have a nice holiday.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5038. And up next after that will be caller 2206. Caller 5038, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Buenas noches, comisionados. Gracias por su arduo trabajo. Cuando la comisión revise los mapas de la Asamblea nuevamente, quiero pedir nuevamente, por favor, que dibujen 2 distritos de mayoría latina en el Valle de San Fernando. Varias organizaciones han presentado mapas que muestran que esto es posible. E incluso la propia comisión lo demostró en una iteración. Por favor, protejan el voto latino en el Valle de San Fernando, dibujando 2 escaños en la Asamblea con mayoría latina y un escaño en el Senado con mayoría latina también. Escuché a un asesor legal decir que no tienes la obligación legal de hacerlo, pero tienes la obligación moral de proteger los derechos de los votantes latinos y les pido que tracen estas líneas que les dan a los latinos en el Valle de San Fernando la capacidad para elegir a los candidatos de nuestra elección. Gracias.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2206. And up next after that will be caller 6043. Caller 2206, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Joseph Souza. I was just calling in to talk about how I believe it's not right that the city of San Jose is broken up into multiple districts where, while every other major city in California has a representative that encompasses the majority, at least, of the cities themselves. I agree with Monterey and Santa Cruz that their communities are far too different for San Jose to be wrapped up in part of their district, and that San Jose should have its own district representative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6043. And up next after that will be caller 2252. Caller 6043, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Matthew, and I'm a resident of Alhambra.
Calling in to share my concern that the State Commission is splitting the West San Gabriel Valley from the East San Gabriel Valley and reducing the voting power of API and Latino communities in the SGV. West San Gabriel Valley cities like Alhambra, MPK, San Gabriel, and Rosemead are currently being connected with white, affluent foothill cities such as Pasadena, La Cañada, and Bradbury. The SGV has its own unique issues and challenges with green space, transportation, and air quality. Small SGV cities are constantly fighting for resources to improve our neighborhoods and competing with foothill cities. In policy decisions, preference is often given to affluent communities in the foothills, such as the 710-10 freeway debate, while the residents continue to carry the burden of poor air quality and traffic congestion. This is unacceptable. The cities of the West San Gabriel Valley deserve representation by remaining in a Latino majority API influenced Senate district that adequately represents the diversity of our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2252, and up next after that will be caller 8025. Caller 2252, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Rebecca. I am a member of the Neighborhood Rights Coalition. We are a county-wide coalition fighting for fair representation. Thank you for the work you have done so far in Los Angeles County. Tonight, we are simply asking if we can keep Burbank and Glendon together. These sister cities have historically worked and fought together as gateway cities to San Fernando Valley. Splitting them up will diminish their unified voice for fair representation in Sacramento. We urge you to ensure these cities are kept in the same Senate district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8025, and up next after that will be caller 5428. Caller 8025, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 8025, if you'll please double check your phone, make sure that you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Sorry about that. Hi, Commissioners. I ask as a resident of San Jose. Sorry, I just got a little cough. Sorry about that. My throat was a little dry, but as the 10th largest city in America, I just don't think it makes sense that we would be split up into such small districts. I feel like that would really diminish the diverse voice that San Jose offers. I do agree that Monterey and Santa Cruz counties should be in a different representation just because they have different communities of interest. But I hope that you guys will rethink splitting up San Jose into separate districts so that we can continue to make progress with one voice that San Jose has, since we have similar interests. Thank you, Commissioners, and I appreciate you taking public input.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5428, and up next after that will be caller 1535. Caller 5428, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, thank you very much for your incredible work in LA. I don't know how you did it. I'm not even sure you did it. I want to also thank Katie for setting the civil tone of these hearings, which could have been contentious. So many visualizations ago, you surprised us with the North Contra district. On first look, it seemed to be the perfect 5-refinery district, including the working class residents impacted by those refineries. You've gone through many versions to end up with an amazing majority minority district reflecting the diversity of the state in which we live. Thank you, Commissioner Yee, for adjusting the southern Solano shape to include the Suisun Bay, the best duck hunting and sturgeon fishing in California. North Contra still needs a little more adjustment. The 100-year-old Shell Martinez refinery has been split into 2 congressional districts. It really does matter if you know the area. Moving east to the Antioch split, did you intend to include single-family Southeast Antioch commuters? The area that Commissioner Toledo called the swimming pool area.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1535, and up next after that will be caller 6483. Caller 1535, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, it's Tony Maldonado from Santa Clarita. Thank you and the mappers for the recent changes to Santa Clarita Senate and congressional maps, as you correctly paired us with the Antelope Valley and correctly placed Sylmar in its rightful place in the San Fernando Valley East, which itself is now a VRA district. However, we request that for Santa Clarita, please remove Porter Ranch and Granada Hills, and include the rural Sunland, Tujunga, and Foothill trails, which we and our horses would prefer. By the same token, please revisit Santa Clarita's assembly map, which still has us connected to the San Fernando Valley. As Santa Clarita is home to over 300,000, please remove the San Fernando Valley and instead add Agua Dulce, Acton, Lake Elizabeth, and the northern unincorporated areas of LA County up to Fraser Park. This would ideally match our Senate and congressional maps. Regarding our Senate and congressional maps, please move the boundary on the eastern side of Santa Clarita further into the Angeles National Forest. Currently, the boundary is sitting off the 14 freeway. This area is home to Placerita Canyon State Park and Magic Mountain Wilderness that are wholly within the Santa Clarita Valley, which local Santa Clarita residents use for recreation and strengthens our wildfire risk management. These areas should not be in the San Fernando Valley maps, but instead within all of the Santa Clarita maps. On another note, a big thank you to Katie and all the call moderators and ASL interpreters. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 6483, and up next after that we have caller 0135. Caller 6483, if you would please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm calling about the congressional district called ECA. The ECA district includes the mountain areas of Yosemite, Bass Lake, Mariposa, Madera, and they are all very similar communities that have similar interests, especially on items such as water, trash, transportation, even economics. Adding Clovis and North Fresno, as I heard you mention earlier this week, is like adding large cities or metropolitan areas that are basically the opposite of these ECA areas, mountain areas. So please take this into consideration when you're finalizing the ECA district, and keep counties whole and with their counterparts, such as Madera, Mariposa, Merced, and please leave Clovis and North Fresno out of the ECA district. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0135, and up next after that will be caller 4599. Caller 0135, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller 0135. If you wish to give comment this evening, please press star 6. Caller 0135, as you had not chose to raise your hand this evening, I will be going to the other few callers in the queue. If you choose to press star 9, indicating you do wish to give comment, I will retry again one more time. If you do wish to give comment, please press star 9 and I will come back around. Right now we have caller 4599, and up next after that will be caller 4615. Caller 4599, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Commissioner Toledo, you have done an amazing job sharing the assembly maps. My name is Maricelia. I live in Walnut Park and have lived here for 25 years. Today, we are calling to ask you and the commission to do a small cleanup to our community. We know we cannot have everything, but we would settle on getting our small community of Walnut Park into the same 110 LA map as us and make the 10 freeway the northern border of the map. It is imperative to have Walnut Park and Florence Graham together in the same map, as splitting this unincorporated island will only diminish our voices and efforts that we have fought so hard together for over 30 years. Commissioner Toledo, please look at the current assembly map and strongly consider moving Walnut Park to the 110 LA map where it has been together with Florence Graham for over 20 years. Consider drawing the same boundary line in that we have now for Walnut Park. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll be going to caller 4615, and then up next after that we'll have caller 6089. Caller 4615, please follow the prompts. Wait. Caller 4615, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 4615. As you have not chosen to raise your hand this evening, if you wish to give comment, please press star 6. Caller 4615. If you wish to give comment, please press star 9, indicating you do. Right now we will go to caller 6089, and up next after that would be caller 9747. Caller 6089, if you will please follow the prompts. All right. Right now we will go to caller 9747. If you wish to give comment, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioner Toledo and Senaya. Communities of Walnut Park, Florence Graham, and Huntington Park want to thank you and the rest of the commissioners for helping communities like ours. My name is Steve Quinones. I am the CEO of the Florence Fireside Community Organization. I am calling regarding the Assembly 110 LA draft map. We are here to ask for a minor small change. We are asking for a 1-for-1 swap. Move the small community of Walnut Park area into the 110 LA map, then give the small parts of downtown LA that have nothing in common with us that you are currently have in the 110 LA map, and move the small downtown area to the 8054 NELA map. And lastly, you can move the small city of Maywood from the 8054 NELA map to the Gateway map. This is enclosed and even swap that we will put these small communities areas with other similar communities where they are more in common. Commissioners, we are asking for a small cleanup to ultimately have Walnut Park in the same 110 LA map as the Florence Graham community in order to truly have an opportunity for our hard-working families to elect a candidate of our choice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Chair, that is all our callers for this evening.
Thank you very much, Katie. Job well done. Okay, so on the run of show, I put a very short discussion in the form of a recap and preview. So I just wanted us to have an opportunity to reflect on the day. I think we did some very good work today. I think we worked well together. I think we made the best possible use of our incredible team of mappers. We certainly demand a lot of them, but they have come through for us. I am hopeful that we can be as productive tomorrow as we were today. As I mentioned earlier, I intend to use the first 90-minute block tomorrow entirely devoted to congressional iterations. And if you could let me know now or send me a note and say, I have an iteration ready in the morning, I'm ready to go. That would help me organize myself and our time tomorrow to make the best use of it. After that, we will go back to the Senate maps. Again, I think we did some good work today. We made better progress than I had hoped on the Senate today. So I am a bit more optimistic than I was yesterday as to where things stand and the literally hours remaining in this effort. We got so used to thinking in terms of how many months were left, and then maybe in San Diego we had to start thinking in terms of weeks left, and then after that we had to start thinking in terms of number of days left. We literally are now at the point where we need to be thinking of this in terms of the number of hours left. The number of hours that we have left is limited. The number of hours that the mappers have left is limited. So there are inevitably changes that I would like to see. And I read them in and say, I'd really like to make that, but looking at the bigger picture, we all have to prioritize what is going to get us to that finish line hours from now in the best possible shape. So please think in terms of very scarce hours left, both for us and for the mappers. Let's see how we can make the best possible use of those hours. One of the things that I would like to put on the table and get your thoughts on. Sometimes all of this is moving very quickly. And I want to make sure that we are not leaving good proposals behind because we're moving so quickly. And at the same time, are we accepting bad ones that endanger passage of these maps? That's why I've emphasized during the course of the day today, are these maps that we can support? Because in the end, at the end of the day, at the end of this process, we have to support a set of maps. Just if anyone has any thoughts on whether we are leaving behind good proposals or accepting bad proposals, what can we do to change that to make sure that we get to next week with maps that we can support? So, happy to hear your thoughts. I know we're all tired. Commissioner Kitagawa.
I think I just am looking for a little clarification. Are you talking about, based on what we're hearing, are there changes that we would like to see or propose to the current drafts that we have? Should we be coming back tomorrow ready to share either our requested change or come with an iteration of some type that, perhaps we've done on our own through QGIS or with the mappers?
There have been concepts that have been put on the table, that have been discussed, and that have been dismissed. Were we correct in dismissing them? Likewise, there have been proposals put on the table and accepted. Did we accept some that, deep down, we are not committed to supporting? Because, as I say, at the end of the day, we have to support these maps. So I want to make sure that we have done everything that we can to end this process with maps that each of us can support. Commissioner Sinai.
I think one of the pieces I would like to see tomorrow is just have a conversation with legal counsel about the different options in the Central Valley, the 4 iterations we saw, and just get legal counsel's take on each of them. I know that they've been approved, but it's always helpful just to hear from them.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate your diplomatic language about, being able to support final maps. More bluntly, we're going to take a vote, right? And so if any of us has a reservation that would keep us from voting yes on a map, it needs to be a special vote, of course. It does not have to be unanimous. The 2010 vote was not unanimous. But of course, every vote does count. So, I guess the plea is, and I agree with it, show your cards. If there's something that would keep you from approving, let us all know early so we can see what we can do. And that'll all make it go better. I think that's
exactly. Let's not have any surprises. Commissioner Anderson.
Well, one proposal we did kind of ditch, I think, clearly said, hey, we really like it, is the one that you made, Chair, parts of Huntington Beach. And I don't know if that's what we have right now or not. That's something I think that was a good idea. We just kind of went, oh, well, a little way too fast on that, I thought. I still firmly believe that we could, on one map, have the Sierras with the Sierras and not the Central Valley. I know a lot of people think, oh, that's dumb. They all look, they're same. They're not. We're hearing it over and over again. People go, that's a good map because they want someone else to be with the Sierras and not them. And I think we could do it. But I'm only one vote, so don't worry about it too much. But I really, really would like to see us try that. Yeah, thanks. And also the little corner in Humboldt, we need to have that fixed. So it has to be the same in all the maps.
Okay, and that's that really is, as I see it, the purpose of the work that we're going to be doing Saturday and Sunday, doing those sorts of very small cleanups to make sure that we've got our ducks in a row. On the Sierras, I think I said this yesterday or the day before. To me, it's kind of a process of 1 + 1 makes 2. The Placer to Tahoe connection makes sense because of the roads and so forth, and then a separate Tahoe to Mono and Inyo connection because of those issues. It's not that Inyo has the same issues as suburban Placer County, but it's that Mono and Inyo have the same issues as Tahoe, and Tahoe has the close relationship to suburban Placer County. So that's my thinking on that, and that's out there for everyone to understand my thinking on it. So thank you for that. Okay. Unless anyone else has further comment, thank you all very much for a very productive day. Let's have another one like it tomorrow. And let's keep this train on the tracks and rolling towards our destination.